There we go. Jesus, that was a bitch. I'm not entirely sure. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Akalon here, and welcome back to each and every one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and also smash the bell to let you know whenever I put out new live streams. But it is always better to watch live, so hit the link in the description down below to come join us live over on Twitch. Always better when it's live. Mr. Smokin', how you doing, brother? I'm feeling much better, Mr. Smokin'. I'm using a new service today, so we'll see how this works out. Using a brand new stream service because I couldn't go live. It's why I'm so late, or at least 5 minutes late. The Twitch relay server just will not fucking work for whatever stupid reason. It just refuses to work. So yeah, that's been a bitch. It's been a bitch. How you doing, Mr. Smokin'? Or me, how you doing, bro? I am alive indeed. I am alive. Alive and well, to be fair. Shay, how you doing? Happy to have all of you here. GoldenEye, how you doing, brother? I do apologize for being a bit late, ladies and gentlemen. Usually I stream using a Twitch relay server, but for some reason it just will not connect. I've been running the relay server for about 15 minutes, just nothing happens. Ninja Bears, thank you so much for tier 1 sub. Comrade, thank you so much for redistributing that wealth, brother. How you doing, bro? Legend and I have the plague. Oh, I'm glad as well. Big Travel Link, how you doing, brother? Malthrax, how you doing? I am alive. We're finally live again. Finally feeling good. Big Travel Link, thank you for the 100 bits, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Clariet, how you doing? I'm doing very well. Thank you very much for asking. Glad you're back on Twitch as well. Was so happy you were up for the show. I'm glad to be back. I'm very, very happy to be back. And the Judas Prime sub, motherfucker. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kaki, how you doing, brother? Oh, man. It has been an age. It feels like I haven't streamed for years. What are you sick with? Thought you already got COVID months ago? Oh, I had stomach flu, Zelatis. So, nothing too major, just, like, did not feel well. But it was stomach flu. I went to the doctor, had everything tested, and it's stomach flu. Mothrax, thank you so much for tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Bro, thank you so much to each and every one of you, making me rich. Fucking love you guys. Love you guys. We'll start slow today. You know, ease back into it. Sayarina, how you doing? Mipster, how you doing? Today has not started well. Well, actually, I'm lying. It started quite cool. I was pretty happy with the start of the day. But then as soon as I wanted to go live, shit went sideways. Canny Ass, thank you for tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the support. How's everyone doing? We haven't spoken for about a week, you know. I know we were live on Sunday, but that doesn't really count, right? It's been a week, so how's everyone doing? Days, how you doing, bro? Or just competing for attention now? Shay, who? Recovering from a fur. Hope you're well, Akko. Serena, from a what? Mickey Moto, thank you for tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fur is cold. Ah, okay. Yeah, it seems to be everyone's getting sick at this point. Not having fun being sick, to be fair. I'm not lifing TBC at the moment. Nice. Nick, how you doing, brother? You should have been here for my sub anniversary party last week, Akalon. I had strippers and confetti and booze. It was a hell of a party. Fuck, dude. No pictures even? The hell? Why no pictures? Days, thanks for the prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row, brother. Really fucking appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tooth infection, but the dentist has sent me the infection to see the arbiter. The arbiter will kill you, 6-6. The arbiter's not going to help you. Stevie, how you doing? Carlos, how you doing? Man, it's good to see all of you here again. It's good to be back. Fuck. Oh, I feel so out of practice, dude. When getting back in the gym, you know, after a week of not being able to exercise, it's been rough. PS, how you doing, brother? Galakrond, didn't they say Jailer is Titan++? So how is Sargeras 10 times bigger than the Jailer? PS, okay, so the question that we need to actually ask ourselves that's far more important than that is we first have to establish whether or not Alex, how you doing? Thank you, I'll download it now. Is can Titans change their size? And the argument there is yes. Sargeras is as big as a fucking planet before he gets pulled into the Pantheon. When he gets to the Pantheon, no issues, right? He's a little bit like he's the same size as all of the Titans, which you know, is to scale, but no longer the size of the planet. Consider he's scaled to Illidan when he gets dragged back to the Pantheon. So they can absolutely change their size based on where they are. So there is every reason to believe that the Eternal Ones can do the exact same thing. So if they need to, their true size is probably fucking huge, right? They're probably massive. Their true size most likely the size of a planet. But that's not to say that they can't change their size based on where they are, right? So that would be that would be the argument.
I actually don't want the Jailer to turn very big in size. I feel if the reason why you are powerful is that you can cast a lot of powerful magic, such as domination or some first one magic, you don't really need to have huge size.
Yeah, but they would probably have huge size. Nick, oh yeah, this Kamar strain is running. You guys should really push that shit. See if you can get to level 5. Give me all the money. Let's get me up on that list. Let's get me to where XQC is. Billionaire. I want to be a Titan and change my size. Kaki Cup, bro, there's millions of doctors that can sell you penis enlargement. But with your size, I don't think that's gonna help much. Like you're gonna go bankrupt before you reach any real size. You are Russian after all. Russians are known for small PP. Enoch, how you doing, brother? How do we know Yabara is selling carries? He tweeted it out, Shane. He literally tweeted that he's going to go live. You know, showcasing their sales run. Canny ass, thank you so much for the fucking gifted sub. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go. Level 3 Skamar strain. 100%. Glad to see you feeling better. I am feeling much better. Thanks for asking. And thanks for caring. Really appreciate that. Happy to be back. Have you seen the new vid Balila brought out? Patch 9.2 Bring Us Home. It's pretty damn good. I have not watched it, but I have added it to my watch later list. So we'll probably watch it somewhere today. But I haven't personally watched it yet. If you want to change size, just go to Torghast. One of the Anima Power toys will make you big. I watched the stream. He definitely did it. The fact of the matter, so I have a video that's literally, it's already uploaded. I just shot it outside where I'm talking about the boosting issue in World of Warcraft. So that'll be live in about 45 minutes. I personally think boosting is a bigger problem than what most people think it is, right? Whoa, Standard Hamster, thank you for the one sub. Comrade, thank you. Really appreciate that, bro. How you doing? Malifia, how you doing? I think boosting is a bigger problem than what people seem to believe. And the reason for that is most people don't seem to think further down the line, right? Most people believe that if it does not directly affect me, then it shouldn't matter, right? Without realizing that... Okay, so let's put it this way, right? The smoke coming out of a coal power plant does not directly affect you, right? Just because the power plant is there doesn't mean you're suddenly going to start going, ooh, ooh, can't breathe, fucking smoke everywhere. Doesn't directly affect you. It has implications that might not affect you at this moment in time, but could affect you in the future, right? But there are effects. Just because you can't see those effects doesn't mean that those effects aren't there. what we call this in economic terms, they'll call it unforeseen consequences, right? So this is where something happens or something is happening, and it will have consequences that is unforeseen, that you can't plan for. And sometimes those consequences won't look obvious, right? So, for example, a government decides to raise the minimum wage, yeah? A consequence of that is 5 years down the line, people are losing jobs. It's harder for people to find jobs. Young people can't get into the job market. Everyone's looking and thinking, wow, how do we stimulate the job market? How do we get young people into work? Because it's an unforeseen consequence, right? It's not something that you could plan for, and it's not necessarily something that immediately is going to be obvious. That is the reason, but it is one of the reasons why people aren't getting jobs, because maybe you're not worth $15 an hour, right? Because you just finished school. You don't have the knowledge to charge $15 an hour for your services, but the government is forcing it, so you don't get the job. Because, well, why would you? No one's going to pay you more than what you're worth, right? That's the point. Most people seem to be missing this entirely, right? Because when it comes to boosting, I would say that the biggest reason the boosting is an issue for me in World of Warcraft isn't actually because there's boosting. Boosting is natural. It's probably always going to happen. The biggest reason I think boosting is a massive issue in World of Warcraft is because Blizzard has a financial incentive to keep boosting alive. Now that's where things gets interesting, right? Because when you have a financial incentive to keep boosting alive, is people in chat telling me right now that Blizzard will at no point bring out any sort of mechanics and systems that sort of push people to boost? When you have a financial incentive to make people boost, are you telling me that Blizzard won't do anything to get more people to boost? Do we actually believe that? Hold up, let me just quickly download this. There we go. A good example of that, as I discussed in the video as well, is the Vault, right? The Vault will become even more egregious in the next expansion as a result of boosting, because the Vault pushes more people into boosting than any other system in World of Warcraft. So it's going to become even more egregious, and they're going to try even more to get people to boost. So they're going to figure out how to make the Vault more boost friendly and less play friendly. Sure they will, but it still won't affect me. Shay, it will eventually. It will affect you. The game will eventually turn into nothing but chores, because that's at the moment what's driving the boosting economy. The fact that the game is just a list of chores that you have to complete. No one does chores because they find it fun. People do chores because there's rewards at the end of a chore. So the game will just become more chore-like, less fun, to try and get more people to boost. And they could do this in a myriad of ways, and I'm sure there's people at Blizzard far smarter than me that's going to try and figure this out. But can you explain why they have this financial incentive? Is that just to sell tokens? Or tokens? Tokens is what makes the game, what makes boosting real money, right? If there were no tokens, Blizzard would have no incentive to keep boosting alive. Consider the fact, so here's the difference. Yoshi P was asked about boosting in Final Fantasy. Someone in the interview told Yoshi P, listen here, boosting is a fucking problem. What are you going to do about it? What was Yoshi P's answer? We're updating our EULA and our TOS to make it illegal. That way, if someone spams for a boosting service, we can ban them outright. We can suspend them immediately. Why is Yoshi P doing that? Why is Yoshi P updating the terms and service of their game to make it illegal to boost? Fake Mankey, how you doing? because Final Fantasy has no incentive. Squeenix makes zero money from boosting.
Did you see Scribe's list of things to improve WoW?
Mighty, I have, yes. I have seen it, and I agree with much of the things on the list. Some of it is more raiding related, things that wouldn't really help for the majority of the player base, but some of it is really cool. I am good, Fake. Thank you very much for asking, bro. And you're right, Fake. It does feel like Shadowlands. Shadowlands is just one big list of chores. I got a question earlier yesterday morning, actually. Someone DM'd me and they were like, dude, when are you going to play WoW again? And I was like, what do you mean play WoW again? And like, well, you know, I want to watch you on Twitch, but I don't want to watch you play Final Fantasy. I want to watch you play WoW. And I said, sure, I'll play WoW again when it's a game that you can play again. And they asked, what do you mean? And I said, well, WoW isn't a game right now. It's a job. It's a chore. I don't want to do chores. So as soon as WoW turns into a game that I can actually play, I'll play it. No problem. So if you want me to play WoW, talk to the developers and get them to turn the game into a fucking game. Then no problem. Until such time that happens, World of Warcraft can suck my fucking dick. Like, Ian can go on his knees and take my fat cock in his mouth because I'm fucking not playing that game. I don't care how many changes they want to make to the fucking game. I don't care how many times they want to update bad speech and remove jokes and add old systems. The fact of the matter is, WoW right now is by far one of the most boring fucking games that you can play and just not worth my time. Just not worth my time. The only thing that I have right now that I actually care about is the lore, and Blizzard is doing their absolute fucking damnedest to kill that too. You know? So, hopefully they don't succeed, because if things keep going the way they're going, I might soon not even have WoW to play. I won't even have a reason to care about the lore anymore, you know? Which is so fucking sad to me. So sad. To be honest, the easiest way to solve WoW is to burn the token. They made the game more easy to play. Look at Classic. A lot of people raid because it's easy. Of course, retail don't need to be that easy. I do agree with you there. Nico Spider, how you doing? I don't think the token is the only thing, but the token is definitely a good step in the right direction. It means running cap peeps who can't cut it through in-game content for gear so they can look good even if they aren't. Really not sure what the issue is. Everyone can tell who is on the Viagra and who isn't. Shay, that's literally not the point though. It doesn't matter who is getting the boosts. The reason is why are people getting boosted. And by the way, not everyone is getting boosted because they just want to look like they're good. In fact, the vast majority of people that get boosts because they don't have time to play the game. Now, I mean, fuck me. Like, what the fuck is that even? I don't have time to get my dick sucked. That would be a bizarre statement by any man ever. If you met a guy that went, yeah, you know, I do like sex, but I just don't have the time to get my dick sucked. Everyone would look at that guy and go, what are you talking about? It's not a sacrifice to get your dick sucked, right? You're not sacrificing anything. You're getting something fun, yeah? When you say, I don't have time to play a video game, you're a fucking moron. Because you still haven't realized that a game isn't supposed to be a job. People don't have time for chores. They don't have time necessarily for an extra job. People don't have time for things that they don't like. But when you like something, you make time for it. So when you boost because you don't have time to play the game, then that inherently shows you there's something wrong with the game. The game is not working optimally, right? The game is not working as it's supposed to, because games are supposed to be, you know, surprise, surprise, fun. And if they're fun, it means you should have time to play them. And if you really don't have time to play them, then you just wouldn't log in. Yeah? If you're truly working 150 hours a fucking week, then you just wouldn't log in.
I actually don't think Ion designed those boring chores because he thinks it's good. I think what happened is, someone higher tells him, design a system that can hook players in constantly spending time in this game, and I don't care if it's fun. And the only option Ion has now is designing those chores, because it's not possible to design a thing for fun but also with the intention to hook players in.
Actually, that's not true. 66, I agree with much of what you said there, and this is another reason, Shay, why this is such a big issue. So, by the way, the reason mobile games also do the same thing WoW does, you know, with these little chores that you have to consistently do, is it's actually one of the most optimal ways of getting people addicted. Yeah, it's one of the most optimal ways of getting people addicted to something. Addiction is usually breakthrough habit. So what you want is you want to get people in the habit of having a list of things that they have to do every single day, because then they get addicted to it eventually and now they have to do it, right? So it's also a scumbag move from Blizzard Entertainment, because they're physically making people addicted to their video game through the design of their video game, which is really not how it should be, right? This is again where I value Yoshi P so much more, because he actually believes that this is just supposed to be fun, right? And they make their game to just be fun. So I absolutely love that, right? Whereas with Blizzard, it's a completely different story. But you can actually make things fun to hook people in. Fun is what hooks people into the game. If you make a game fun, people will fucking play it. I'll play it. When a game is fun, I'll spend my entire life playing that game. But you have to be willing to make it fun, right? I did Arcanox, and it was so fucking amazing. But you don't have to do it means nothing, Shay. That is not how it works. When you're addicted to a video game, it's like saying to an alcoholic, hey, you don't have to drink, bro. Here's the thing. You don't have to do it. The reason you don't have to do it doesn't work as an excuse for Blizzard Entertainment is they hide almost all of these chores, or they hide all of their actual content that people would like to do behind these chores, right? So, for example, if you're a raider and you really want to raid, you have no choice but to do the Mythic Plus chores every single week to make sure that your vault is updated, to make sure that you can get the gear to actually do the raid. Just because you don't have to do it. Because right now, if you're not doing the chores in World of Warcraft, what the fuck are you playing the game for? Quite frankly. Oh, there's some good news about EA, by the way. Learning how to play the game content what people used to focus on. It was the journey they kept coming back for. The experience now locked behind a zillion systems that are boring and mind-numbing. So fucking true. So true. Absolutely agree with you there. The vault exists to make sure that people have a list of chores to do. Because it's not bad luck protection. There's better ways to protect against bad luck.
It's depressing to think I had significantly more fun in BFA. Haven't touched WoW in a couple months. When I feel the urge, I think about the things I got to do. Then I just sit on my couch feeling discouraged while looking for a show to watch.
Enter Judas, thank you so much for the $10, and you're absolutely correct. Whenever I feel myself going, man, I wish I was an... And it still happens, just FYI. I still have days where I go, fuck, I miss Azeroth. Maybe I should just go back to Azeroth. And then I think to myself, wait a second, I'm going to have to do Korthia, and then I'm going to have to do the Maw, and I'm going to have to run Torghast, and oh, never mind. Fuck it, I'll go play something else. That's it for me. Yeah, but Shay, with everything that you just mentioned there, the only thing that you're doing to actually play the game is PvPing and RPing. Everything else is you basically ignoring all of the new content and just doing the old content. Which again, that's not how the game is supposed to work. You're addicted to the game. Well, then right there, your arguments do not stand. I'm not saying that they don't count, but they only count for you. You're addicted to the game. You probably play no other games. You've only ever played World of Warcraft, or if you have played other games, they've been replaced by World of Warcraft. But for people who actually love playing video games, World of Warcraft right now isn't fun. It's just not a fun game. And again, I'm not saying that you're not allowed to play that way. Of course you're allowed to play that way. Everyone can play the way that they want to play. It's absolutely acceptable. But what I'm arguing for will not remove anything from your gameplay experience. Can you at least admit that? The things that I want in WoW will in no way, shape, or form affect you one bit negatively. However, the way the game is right now affects me and everyone else very negatively. So what I'm arguing for is how about we both get what we want, rather than just one of us at this point getting what we want and the rest of us basically being excluded from the game. See, that's the thing, Shay. Most people get very defensive when it comes to World of Warcraft until they realize that, hey, what most content creators and most people are asking for won't actually destroy my gameplay, right? I'm still going to be able to have fun in my game. The removal of specs is something that doesn't have anything to do with the initial fixing of the game, right? Valerex, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Also, Kai, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. My idea for removing specs has nothing to do with fixing the game. Will it make World of Warcraft better? Yes. Is it required to make World of Warcraft great? No. No. You can have specs. That's fine, right? But that's a whole different discussion. Yeah, that is when we're talking about wish lists, that would be world first problems. Yeah. The things that could fix the game, that's a whole different. That's like smaller things that must be done. If they're going to fix the game in any way, shape, or form. There's a massive load of content. It's not what you find fun. I will give you that. I'm not saying that you're wrong, because you're right on a lot of things. But there's a lot of nuances, and the same nuances happen in any big brain discussion debate. It does feel like a chore if you don't like the game. It'll never end. You'll end up disappointed or leaving. I don't know of many people right now that is actually enjoying the video game. I mean, playing the max level stuff. So playing current content, very few people are enjoying WoW. I'm catching up in-game, have been homeless, and after that, the laptop I got as gift, old laptop secondhand, wasn't able to play Shadowlands with SSD hub. It works as far as it wants to. Last Sunday, I finally finished the Legion achievement of the Void Elves. I missed too much to enjoy the game, so catching up is the thing I do now. That's perfectly fine. Removing specs or removing my collected transmog, I almost 100% agree with. No one said... When did I say that your collected transmog should be removed? Unforgiven, I 100% agree with you. Maybe remove one spec per class, so you still... The thing is, so why I believe that specs should be removed is that specs create unnecessary problems within the game that makes it effectively impossible to actually balance the game. This is why I believe specs should be removed from the game. Not because I don't think specs could be fun. Of course, specs could be really fun. But I would actually be okay with specs staying in World of Warcraft if they remove talents. But right now, they cannot have talents and specs and classes in the game because the game can't be balanced. There is too many things that could break the balance of the game for the game ever to be balanced with it. So if you want to keep specs, you have to remove talents. If you want talents, you have to remove specs. But you can't have all three of those things, because right now, those things are what makes the game impossible to balance and also just unfun. It's just no longer fun. Traxton, how you doing? I know you don't like private servers, but you should give a good try to Project. I have played Project Ascension. I have played it. Excuse me. Jaren, thanks for the follow. I played Project Ascension. It was fun for about the first hour or so, and then I got bored with it again. Also, I will be honest, I barely have time to play games on stream. I wouldn't know where to find time to play video games in my personal time. Here's my normal day, like today, right? Woke up this morning at about 9, right? By 9:30, I was writing a script. Finished the script at about 10:30. Well, finished the outline for the script by about 10:30. Then recorded a video. Then started doing research for another video that I want to release. Then recorded a Patreon video. And then I went live. I'm going to be live till just before gym. Then I go to the gym, get home, go live again. Then I'm live till about 1, 2 a.m. Then I quickly eat, and then I sleep, and then I wake up, and I do the exact same thing tomorrow again. Every day. That's my day. I don't know where I would find time to play video games in all of that. I genuinely have no fucking idea. Hey, Akko, you're going to keep the blooper section in your scripted videos? Yes. Alex, so the bloopers isn't planned. This was Alex basically using my bloopers, because the way I record the scripted videos is I literally I read, and then if I make a mistake, I sometimes overreact, especially when this mistake, keeps happening. But yeah, so I'll make a mistake, and then I'll have to keep quiet for a bit, and then I start again so that Alex can edit it, so that he can make the edit. And Alex decided, fuck it, I'm going to use your bloopers in the video. I'm going to show people how much you fail reading the script. So it's not really a planned thing. It's just how the recording goes. And we decided to keep it in. Good morning, Akalon. I don't know if anyone told you. Yes, I've heard about the Balila video. We will be watching it. We'll be watching it on stream. I haven't watched it myself, so I'll watch it with all of you. I'd rather select talents from multiple specs to build myself out, but that's just me. Mathrax, it would be good if they could do that, but at this point, it feels like World of Warcraft has run out of creative ideas. They genuinely feel like a company that is grasping at straws, trying their best to make something happen with a depleted developer base. It feels like it's a developer base that they just don't know. They just don't really know how to make the game fun anymore. That's the feeling I get from them. That's not to say that is the case, right? It could be I'm completely off base here, and it could be that they are actually very, very talented and still very creative, and they know. But I almost get the feeling this is a developer base that have worked on World of Warcraft for so long that they're almost tired of it, right? Nico, yes, I have about that. That's what happens, right? One of the reasons I'm looking to spice up the YouTube channel, one of the reasons myself and Alex are going to dive into some Final Fantasy content as well, which is more reaction content and sort of reaction to the story. And one of the reasons I'm probably within the next month or two going to play Star Wars The Old Republic on stream, and I'm probably going to make videos about Star Wars The Old Republic as well. Again, just reaction videos to the story and sort of first impressions about it. Is you get tired, right? After a while of covering the exact same content over and over again, you do get tired. You do run out of steam eventually. So it's nice to have a bit of a mix-up and sort of change things around every once in a while, and I feel like that's where Blizzard is right now. They've just fallen into this trap of doing the exact same thing every expansion, and it's no longer hitting. It's no longer actually hitting the mark. If you were going to dabble in Final Fantasy XIV lore, for now, I'm not actually going to dabble in the lore so much as just reacting to the story. So our first video on Final Fantasy will probably be next week or the week after that. We have quite a lot of videos on our plate right now, so I don't want to overpromise and under-deliver here. But the first video will be sort of a first impressions of ARR up until patch content. Then I'll do a first impressions on patch content. Then I'll probably do a first impressions on raiding. So when I finally do get into the hardcore extreme trials and stuff like that, do a bit of a first impression on that, first impression on dungeons, and then we'll do a first impression for Heaven's Ward, first impression for Heaven's Ward patch content. So that's the sort of videos that I'm going to be doing, right? More just talking about what I like and dislike about the game, things where the game could be better, that sort of thing. Not lore yet. I don't know nearly enough about... Look, when it comes to World of Warcraft, I know the lore off by heart, right? I know almost everything there is to know about WoW lore in my sleep. You could wake me up in the middle of the night and go, oh, what do you think about X? And I'd be, oh, yeah, I think that could work, but I also think that this, and this we could disprove that. Mainly because I've played WoW for more than 2 decades. Yeah, if you include my World of Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, and Warcraft 3 playtime, I've played WoW for a very long time, and I've cared about the story for WoW for a very long time. I don't have the same history with Final Fantasy, so I think it would be a disservice to the game if I were to try and cover the lore for Final Fantasy. Dollar questions for you, Akalon, in regards of, do you think the next X-Pac will, yes or no, skip Zuval? I personally don't think he'll die anytime soon. He is their new Sargeras. I don't know. I think skipping Zuval would be very bad, but... Blizzard may do that. I think Shadowlands has been such a failure that Blizzard might just decide, fuck it. Just erase everything that we've done so far, because this is not hitting the mark. But then again, you could always get the incredible arrogance from Blizzard, who just continue going this way, you know? They just continue on this road, and they keep believing that they know what's best for the game, even if the players don't like it. But yes, I am going to try Star Wars The Old Republic, Nico. Enough people have told me that Star Wars The Old Republic story is absolutely next level, and I should absolutely try it. Blue Fairy, how you doing? So yes, I will be trying Star Wars The Old Republic. I'll be playing basically any and all MMOs on stream and making videos of my first impressions on those. Just as a sort of fun project, you know. I love playing video games, and since I only have time during stream to play video games, I may as well, you know, try different things. I'm going to try Guild Wars 2, going to try Star Wars The Old Republic, ESO. Obviously, we'll play WoW whenever 10.0 comes out, even 9.2, probably going to play some WoW. Whoa! Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some love in chat? Blue Fairy, happy birthday to you. A very happy birthday to you. One of the fucking comrades has their birthday today, ladies and gentlemen. Share the hearts. Hearts in chat for Blue Fairy. Really appreciate you hanging out with us on your birthday. Jumping Puzzles. Barracuda, how you doing? All the voice acting in Old Republic makes the story amazing. I will give every game a try. I'm always up for playing new games. I'm always up for playing games. I love me some fucking games. Golgath, well, you don't have to sell it. We'll play it. There are 8 class storylines, so keep that in mind when you play it. Zofia, I'm aware that you are a massive, massive Star Wars The Old Republic fan. So I'll make sure to pay close attention to the story in Star Wars The Old Republic when I finally play it. But I'm gonna try every game, and I'll give you my honest thoughts on what I think of the game. If I think it's a good game, if I think it's a bad game, I'll give you my honest thoughts. Of course, that also requires us not just chatting the whole fucking time we stream, which would be harder than you think, considering I love just chatting on Twitch. I don't know why, but just chatting just hits different. It just hits the right spot. Did I see Ferorius in chat? Yes, I did. Ferorius, how you doing, bastard? Swatter, since back when it released? I never played Swatter. You gonna play on NA or EU server? I have no idea, Sophia. Probably EU, I don't know. Why should I play on NA? Because I'd be lost if I hadn't played the first two. Suffix! Thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 24 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I apparently do have Final Fantasy Echo. I'm gonna have to switch to your server. Please do. Please do. The Final Fantasy... what server are we on again in Final Fantasy? I can't remember now. Gilgamesh, but what data center is that? I think it's Chaos or Crystal. Is it Crystal? Is it Chaos? It's Gilgamesh. Anyways, that's the server that we're on. Ether. There we go. It's on the Ether data center. So yeah, absolutely come join me over there. I'm on NA, Nico. On Final Fantasy, I'm on NA. It's easier to be on NA, considering most of my viewers are NA. Thank you very much, Blue Fairy. I may re-down Swatter and bring my Marauder back, and I hope still have my housing to play, so Akko, let me know what server you go to. We'll do it live, so we'll choose it whenever we go live on it. Ragnarok server or something. What happened to Goblin? We switched, the Lord. We switched. The openness of the Final Fantasy dev is incredible. When will the WoW dev start to do the same? They won't, Pringles. They won't. Not until they realize that they're no longer superstars. Look, the reason Yoshi P is so amazing is because in his mind, the player is the most important part of their game, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that's always going to be the case. If the game keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and the game keeps making more and more money, there is a place where they finally realize and decide, hey, fuck it, we're now the best, we can do whatever the hell we want, right? So it's almost necessary always that there's competition in the market, that no company ever gets to the place where World of Warcraft used to be. Which is server in Final Fantasy, I haven't looked at, I think it was $25 or $15 or some shit like that, I can't remember. It was euros, so it was like 14 or 15 euros. As a side note, I think your takes on the game industry as a whole are interesting too, and wouldn't mind seeing YouTube stuff in that too. Euro Effect, there's a plan in the works to make a brand new YouTube channel, which will cover gaming news specifically. Just need to find the time to actually do it. But I'm probably going to sort of rearrange some of the Twitch streams in the coming weeks. Maybe let's wait for me to move to Cape Town, yeah? As soon as I get to Cape Town, I'm probably going to rearrange the schedule of Twitch streams. Still going to go live at the exact same time, but we might start Twitch streams with, say, gaming news. And then get into sort of discussions and just chatting and playing some video games and stuff like that. And then those discussions that I have about the gaming industry, that'll get uploaded to its own YouTube channel. But I'll have to find time because I would have to edit those. So as soon as I figured out the timing mechanism for that, that's when I'll get in and do that. So yeah, for now, I'm just trying to optimize the amount of work that I'm currently doing. Mexicans, how you doing? For those interested in trying Swatter, the free-to-play offer provides you the first 2 expansions and progress up to level 60. When 60, the best way to proceed is to get a 1-month sub and cancel it if you wish afterwards. For as far as getting the sub, unlock all expansions forever. Oh, nice. The move was going well, but now it's not going well anymore. It's a sad, sad fucking day. The house that we have our heart set on getting, there's 5 people that applied for that house. So, yeah, not entirely sure if we're even going to get the house at this point, because there's 5 people that applied for it. Which is going to be fucking sad, because that house was perfect, dude. It was perfect. It was a 4-bedroom house. One of the bedrooms are perfect for a Twitch studio, so I can actually have a proper studio to stream in. But yeah, we'll see. I've also been approached by 2 different companies now for sponsorship, which is the weirdest sponsorships ever. I'll forgive one, no. In South Africa, it's rarely first come, first serve. It's almost always like they have 5, and then the landlord decides which one of the 5 applications he's going to accept. So it comes down to earnings. It comes down to, you know, marital status, things like that. And since me and my brother are both young and unmarried, the landlord could go, wait, they're going to party the whole fucking time. I don't want party animals in my house, you know? And then that's like, ah, shit. What is the sponsor? So I've been approached by, the weirdest one is LG. Lenovo, I've already done a sponsorship for, and they're very happy. They want to sponsor me again. So they actually want to extend the sponsorship to more videos. Although the reason I love their sponsorship is Lenovo sponsorship is about esports in Africa. And I love esports, so I would love to be a part of that. The LG one is weird because they actually want me to promote a Fortnite competition that they're running, and I just say to them, no, that's not going to work. I'm like, no, we don't care that your your viewers don't play Fortnite. And I was like, I care. This is something that my viewers can do fuck all with. Nothing. They don't play Fortnite. They're not into battle royales. At least the majority of... I'm not doing it. I'm like, no, but, you know, we don't just want that. We also want you to go to one of the LG stores in Cape Town for 3 Saturdays in a row, and we'll pay you for every single one of those Saturdays that you go out there, play games with your viewers. So they basically wanted me to go hang out at the store, stream live from the store, playing games with my viewers, and that was the other problem. It was like, well, sadly, most of my viewers are not in South Africa, so what's that gonna fucking achieve? Hey, you guys can come out to South Africa and can play games with me. Oh, great, we're not in South Africa, bro. No, I will never do Raid Shadow Legends. But yeah, so the LG one I said no to. I'm excited about the Lenovo one. That's going to be quite interesting. We just did the Coca-Cola sponsorship. That was pretty cool. I like the idea that Coca-Cola came up with. So yeah, hopefully we get even more sponsorships in the future, you know? I'd love to get more like cool sponsors like Lenovo. I love them as a company, so I have no problem representing them. And when do you hear if you got the house or not? I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. She said it's all like the estate agent said it's all down to the landlord now. The landlord will decide. So yeah, like my home cook sponsor vid using their own assets. They loved it, Alex. They loved it. So, you know, look, at the end of the day, Unforgiven One, it is Coke's, like, Coke is trying to break into the gaming industry, which I get, right? The gaming industry is massive. And it's still a cool idea, you know? It's still a cool idea. Even though it didn't hit well with a lot of players, I still think as an idea, it was relatively cool, you know? So yeah. But yeah, what made that house perfect as well, like, oh my fucking god, you guys have no idea. The house is on the edge of Somerset West. It's about 6.8 kilometers away from the beach. You can see the ocean from the house, but right next to the house is the winelands. There's like a massive wine farm right next to the house because it's on the edge of Somerset West. So if you go right, you drive into the winelands. If you go left, you go to the beach. It was so fucking... It's such a beautiful place. And I'm probably not going to fucking get it. Caramel, how you doing? I'm so sad about that. Fuck! Let's see if I can find the house for you guys. Let's see if I can find the house. Hold up. Just need to log into WhatsApp here. Because it was shared on WhatsApp. All right, there we go. Okay, where would this have been shared again? I think it's house Huislede. Oh, and the internet at the house is 500 by 500. 500 up, 500 down. Which, oh my fuck, can you imagine? Can you imagine, bro? Where is this house? That's the Strand. Oh, here we go. This is the house. Let me show you guys. So this is the house that we're hoping for, right? The kitchen, pretty spacious, I think. Not too bad. A nice little fireplace in the living room. And then you have 2 bedrooms downstairs. Yeah. 2 bedrooms downstairs and a bathroom. And then this is the upstairs bedrooms. So you have 2 bedrooms upstairs, one of which could either be a bedroom or a study, which is, this one is the study. Can you imagine fucking streaming in this room? How cool would that have been? This would have been this is the study, and then the bedroom is, that's the bedroom there. So you have the study on this side and the bedroom. This would have been perfect to stream in. Fucking perfect. It's got a barbecue area. And the whole place is fucking paved. So don't have to deal with shit like that. It would have been so cool. And yeah, here we are. There is still a chance, but I hate it. Like, I hate the fact that there are so many people. By the way, Sathix, did I say thanks for the tier 1 sub? If I didn't, thank you. Jesus house, the house down it is like a paint house almost. This is just normal house. Like, this is pretty normal. At least in South Africa, this is fairly normal. Halderview. Somerset West is where I'm looking for places, but I don't know if I'm gonna get any other places in Somerset West. I'm sure they have. Paint houses. I just, yeah, I've not really. That's out of my price range. That house is amazing compared to the houses out here. This house could also go, although this house is probably taken already. It's available from the 1st of November. So this house is probably taken already. I don't like this kitchen. Yeah, nothing about this house screams perfect to me. Anyways, not going to turn this into a house hunting stream. But yeah. And the other one that was your favorite, but that was, yeah, we phoned them. We said, hey, we have a Labrador. And they were like, nope. We're like, look, he's chill. And they were like, no, Labrador's too large. Fuck you. So, yeah, that house fell through 100%. I'm fucking annoyed, I'll be honest with all of you. I'm annoyed at the fact that so few places in South Africa still accept dogs. And when they do accept dogs, it's only small dogs. It's annoying. Mind a house hunting stream? Or we've done house hunting streams before. But I'm just not in the mood today. I'm still holding out a small slither of hope for that house. Hopefully we get it. If we get that house, all issues aside, like no more issues, no more stress. We're going. What is stressful is if we don't get a fucking house, because we've already like given our notice here, right? We have to be out by the 28th of November. So if we don't get a house before the 28th of November, we're without a house. I don't have a house to live in. Understand what's not to like about dogs? Well, I would actually say, why would kids be a problem? I understand. What I don't understand is why people are against big dogs. I fully understand people being against little dogs, right? Because little dogs tend to bark and be fucking annoying, whereas big dogs tend not to bark. They tend to be very fucking chill. I don't understand why people have such a huge problem with big dogs. But almost every place that you go to will allow for dogs, just not big dogs. Yeah, but you have to pick up the poop anyways. I mean, you pick up the poop anyway, so it doesn't matter whether it's big or small poop. Poop is poop and will get picked up, right? I don't know. It's just annoying. Really, really wish that people would change their fucking ways in South Africa, but I don't see that happening. On dogs, if you can't punt them over the backyard fence, I've had both, and honestly, big dog is calmer. My our Jack Russell is a nightmare because he barks at literally fucking everything. The lab, you will, if you don't see him, you won't think he's there. I don't think I've ever actually heard him bark. Like at most, you'll sometimes hear him go, oh, that's it. That's his level of barking. To him, that is sufficient. I've let you know that I'm here. Now calm the fuck down. Jay Selena, yes, labs are amazing. I mean, this dog, Volley, is... I have never seen a dog like that. Like, you can do anything to him. Like, anything. You can wrestle him, push him down to the ground, fucking get him in some awkward position, and he will just never lash out. My cousin's kids once came to visit, and they were all over the dog, like fucking literally all over the dog. And at points, I think they may have hurt the dog as well, because they're playing with him and they're being a little bit rough. He never bites. He never gets angry. He just sort of goes with it, you know? He just goes with it. He just all too happy to be played with. That's it. So I don't get why people are so against dogs, or big dogs specifically. Why is Twitch trending again? I don't know why. Why is Twitch trending? Can someone tell me? Did Twitch fuck up again? Because I see on Twitter here, Twitch is trending again. Super chill with my autistic niece. My dog is a golden and lab mix. He's still a puppy, but he is the sweetest pup. Labradors are just insanely cute. Like, fucking insanely cute. Well, Twitch is trending with 340k tweets. Why is it trending? I see a lot of people saying they're live, which is so fucking stupid to me. I don't get why people tweet out that they're live. It's a waste of time. No one cares. Just go live and be live and do your thing. Maybe everyone's going live now for some reason. So, Rich, how you doing? Fuck Chihuahuas, dude. Like, there is nothing. The people next to us have a Chihuahua. That dog does not stop barking. I swear to God, I've never seen something that hideous in my life. It does not stop barking. Day and night, fucking non-stop. It's just like, oh. Can you pipe it the fuck down, bro? I have a sheep who thinks he is a dog, hangs out with the Rotti and Lab. Nice. I love cats too. I have two. I'm allergic to cats. Otherwise, I probably would have had a cat. I don't know why Twitch is trending. It's trending for no fucking reason whatsoever. Sad days. I would have loved if Twitch was just actually fucking trending for some bullshit. The Grey, how you doing, bro? My view on Twitter is its own thing on my channel. Like, what you see on Twitter, you will most likely almost never see on my streams or anywhere else. I don't use Twitter to promote videos. I don't use Twitter to promote my streams. Once in a while, I'll tweet out, hey, going live, if there's something major, right, that we need to discuss. But for the most part, I don't like using my social media platforms to push other social media platforms. I basically just, I'll go live and people who want to come watch can come watch. If you don't want to come watch, that's your fucking problem. You know, I'm not going to force people. The only reason I do it on Discord is because people asked. My German Shepherd thinks he's a cat sometimes. Does the thing where he tries to walk around your ankles. Tutameen's toilet have some things in it. Man, I hate Twitter. I really hate Twitter. I wonder what the world would be like if Twitter didn't exist. I have a lore question. Would it be okay to ask it now, or we are maybe focusing on something specific? Milul, ask away. You are welcome to ask whatever you want. The reason for the Twitch streams is so that people can ask. Guys, don't worry about derailing the conversation. If you ask me something and I'm not interested in answering it, I'll tell you. Not going to answer that. Or, you know, not now. But I don't stream for me. I stream because I want to hang out with you guys. So if you have a question, just ask it. Facebook? I don't know. Facebook is dead. Is there still people who use Facebook here? Because I don't understand the point of Facebook. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't been, like, I log into Facebook only to upload videos that I already upload to YouTube. That's it. I don't use Facebook for fucking anything else. As a Manfalia fan, are you aware of the butt window she has in her outfit? Nope. What butt video? There will be more videos on the Skeptic Orc but not right away. Myself and Alex are finding it very difficult to find time to make more videos than we're already making at the moment. I'm Zoe. How you doing? Thank you very much for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. The problem that we have right now is we're trying to maintain 2 channels that is chock and block with content, right? Trying to run the main channel with scripted videos on the main channel and running the clips channel. That leaves very little time for more. So the Skeptic Orc channel will probably come into effect the second we can afford to get another editor. So as soon as I can get a second editor on board, that's when we'll full-blown go into the Skeptic Orc channel. But for now, I can't really justify, because anything that I upload on the Skeptic Orc channel would mean less content on any of the other channels. And considering that the other channels are currently making money, I would not feel okay wasting Alex's time with videos that isn't currently making money, right? That's really as simple as it is. In Winter Spring in Vanilla, there is a quest where you escort Night Elf around few caves that leads to Altar explaining that Night Elves had a crystal allowing direct communication with Elune. How this works with what is currently established, why no one looked for this crystal. Milul, I don't really know. To be honest, I don't really know. It seems like one of those, because I know exactly what you're talking about, but it seems like one of those parts of the lore that Blizzard sort of forgot about. Like, they had that and then they swiftly just moved past. So I would not be surprised if that just gets retconned if it ever comes up again. But then again, it's also not really that game breaking, right? We know that the Night Elves have a very direct line to Elune. And whilst Elune doesn't speak to them, they do speak to her, and we know that Elune listens to them. Yeah? So I wouldn't put too much stock into that, if that makes sense. CD, how you doing, brother? If you want to talk about Bill Gates being illicit, Facebook is probably a good place. Fucking Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg. I really don't like Bill Gates. I don't know why, but I don't like the fucking asshole. And Mark Zuckerberg just strikes me as a fucking sociopath. Captain Swanky, how you doing? I feel like Mark Zuckerberg would be happy to control the world. No questions asked. Like, 0 questions asked. Two seconds. Need to go pee. I'll be right back. If it wasn't for who, Ascension? Tied to Blizzard enough? Oh. Wait, is that a good or a bad thing, Ascension? Mighty Ranadin, thanks for doing stuff, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Feel like slightly sad. I was so hopeful, but was so very disappointed. I don't think you're alone in that, Blue Fairy, to be quite honest with you. I personally just, when I look at Shadowlands and I look at the amount of hope that I had for Shadowlands, I'm definitely in the same I'm definitely in the same camp as you, where it feels like it was such a good idea on paper, but then when we finally got into it, it became less of a good idea, right? Validate that. If it wasn't for this, I'd write off Blizzard entirely now. The truth, however, is that World of Warcraft lore videos are not performing. They're just not really doing anything. Which is strange to say the very least, but, you know. I don't think you can do much. Everyone seems to be complaining right now. Like, every single fucking, every single content creator right now is complaining because every single one of them, as soon as they upload a new video, they lose subscribers. It's insane to see. It really is insane to see. If they brought that kind of storytelling to the idea of Shadowlands, it could have blown us away. Blue Fairy agreed. But according to Christy Golden, people like myself don't have a fucking clue what I'm talking about when I talk about the lore in World of Warcraft. Arcanix, I'm gonna try and turn my channel into a multi-game channel, right? I'm going to try to do some Final Fantasy 14 stuff. I'm going to try to do other MMO stuff on the channel, see how that goes. Because, yeah, the truth is right now, if you are a World of Warcraft only channel, you are losing subs. I mean, I literally just made... I was at 44,652 subscribers. I made the video live about boosting, and I am down to 44,641 subs. Just like that. I want to ask you something that I've thought about for a bit. I remember you did a video on YouTube or Twitch where you talked about leaks for 10.0, where they are rebuilding Azeroth in a sense. Whether or not these are true, I'm not sure if you saw the data mine leak of that new Transmog outfit they're putting out with this sort of cosmic Elune look. I'm really scared as to where they are taking the lore in the game, considering how Shadowlands ended up. What do you think they will do? Pujan, how you doing, bro? I think it would be a mistake for Blizzard to continue down the line of cosmic warfare. I think Yennefer, if Blizzard really wants to destroy any semblance of hope for this game, they continue down this sort of push for cosmic war. Eleanor, thank you for the Prime Sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Christy Golden, when she started out writing Ravenloft books, speaking of Final Fantasy, are we finishing RR today? Really interested to see what you think of the end of it. Pujan, we will probably, yes. If not the afternoon stream, then the evening stream, definitely. Why is Cosmic War bad? Quinch TV, how you doing? Cosmic War isn't inherently bad. Blizzard's treatment of it is horrible. If you want to do Cosmic War, you have to create very specific hooks for people to get into it. So, for example, whenever we talk about the Titans, people love the Titans. People love the Titan lore. Why? Because Titans have been such a big part of the game for so very long. The problem with Shadowlands is we got dropped into a story that we've never had before. We got introduced to characters that we've never met before. And then the introductions were rushed, right? Rather than having the introductions be proper introductions, they sort of glossed over the most important bits of those.
Hey, you want to do other games? Awesome. I know you're not a Photon kind of guy, but would love New World content.
Ascension? New World would be a challenge for me. New World, as far as I'm concerned, is just not a good MMO right now. Maybe when they bring out the first big patch, I might give it a go. You know, I might definitely give it a go. But I would need to see a patch first for the end game before I try my luck. Plus, I'm not willing to subject my graphics card to New World. I now have 2 friends that have lost graphics cards to New World. So for now, I'm saying no thanks. I'll wait. Look, I played New World to max level twice in both the alpha and in the beta. So I've played New World. And when I say that it's just not a good game, I'm saying that because I know what happens at endgame. I know that once you get to endgame, there's really nothing there, right? The game is very bland and boring, which is to be expected for most new games. Very few new games launch with an incredible amount of stuff to do at the end game. So I don't necessarily think that... I don't judge the game based on that purely. I love the premise of the game. I think the combat in the game is amazing. I enjoy the idea. I enjoy the things that they're doing, right? But I think they're gonna need more time before they actually get there. Okay, so New World is breaking graphics cards due to a coding issue. But the coding issue isn't actually within New World. New World simply exposed a problem within graphics cards that is inherently there, and both Nvidia and New World are sort of trying to come up with a way to fix it. Effectively, what seems to happen is when you go into menus for New World, your FPS, and I've seen this with my card, your FPS will spike to like 3,000, 4,000, sometimes as high as mine went to 12,000 during the beta. Now, you might think to yourself, well, it's just a menu. It's not doing anything. Well, your graphics card is currently rendering 12,000 frames per second. So what happened to a couple of people is the screen went black, came back for a couple of seconds, and then the computer shut off. And when they tried to restart the computer, their graphics card's fried. So it literally fries the graphics card. And these are... the problem happens with all 30 series cards. Well, 3080s, but 3090s more. So what you're talking about here is a $2,000 card within seconds getting completely fucking wrecked. I'm not willing to take that chance. Not at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see. It's considered never good when a menu or a stall frame, a loading screen in a game, boosts your frames to like thousands. That's never good, right? You should not fucking play a game because that's just bad optimization. Alex, the reason it's not New World that has to pay for it, but actually the graphics card manufacturers right now that's replacing it for free, is because it's not actually a New World issue. It is actually a graphics card, because New World launched an update that now limits your frames to 60 when in loading screens and menus. So and it's still happening. Graphics cards are still being broken due to the game. So according to at least every video that I could find on it, it seems like there is a vulnerability within the graphics card software. And New World somehow revealed that. Vorman, Well, no, not really, because the EVGA cards, some of the EVGA cards that fried, isn't actually cheap. And it is a software issue, right? It's somewhere in the software that something is going wrong. To avoid such issues, yeah, VSync or G-Sync, if you have a G-Sync capable monitor. It's my 2-month sub, even though I've been watching for years. Why did you abandon me for a week? Eleanor, I was ill. I had stomach flu for a week. So I couldn't stream during that time. It would have literally been me in absolute fucking pain and misery trying to stream. G-Sync is monitor technology. It's difficult to explain, but it's better than VSync. It's like an upgraded version of VSync. That's just much better. Shamanita, how you doing? Yes, it was fucking horrible. A bit of oversharing here, I realize, but on the first day, which was the Friday, like I started feeling ill the Thursday evening. I started feeling ill. Like I had fever. And I had some stomach cramps, just cramps. Then on the Friday, I started throwing up and I started fucking shitting myself the whole day. By the Saturday, I was almost completely dehydrated because nothing would stay down. I could drink as much water as I like. I would just throw it up. I could eat nothing because I would just throw up. So it was just constantly fucking feeling bad. Then on Sunday, I actually went to the hospital because at this point I was starting to get worried. Then the hospital told me, well, sorry, if we take you, we're going to have to admit you to the hospital. And that's going to mean that you're going to have to stay here for a minimum of 3 days. I was like, no, fuck, I just need antibiotics. That's all I give a fuck about. Just give me antibiotics. And like, no, we're a hospital. We don't give you anything here. We have to admit you first. And then put you on a drip and all that shit. And I was like, okay, fuck that. I'll just go home. I'll just struggle with it. So the next day, I got my dad to write me a prescription. Went to the pharmacy, got myself some antibiotics. And I started feeling better around the Tuesday. Around the Tuesday, I could start keeping food down. And I was no longer spending every waking minute in the bathroom. But I was so drained. Like, I don't know how to fucking... I don't know how to describe it. I was just so drained. It was surreal. Just couldn't fucking... I don't know how to describe it, but my brain just would not focus on anything. You guys will actually see it with the Shulsha, the Lovecraft episode for patrons. If you watch the Lovecraft episode this week, you'll actually see me still being completely mentally absent. Like, I'll talk about something, and I'll just forget what I'm talking about. Like, just, my brain was just all over the place. So today is actually the first day that I'm feeling better, but I do have these water tablets that I've bought. This is water tablets and blood pressure. Because when I went to the hospital on Sunday, they took my blood pressure, and my blood pressure was 169/79, which is incredibly high. It should not be that fucking high. So apparently the stomach flu caused my blood pressure to rise. Now, taking these tablets, I'm feeling better. So somehow, hopefully that gets fixed. According to my dad, it will. Like he said, keep taking the tablets until you start feeling lightheaded and actually you start feeling bad. Then you can stop, because then your blood pressure have normalized again. Because apparently stomach flu can raise your blood pressure. Good to hear you're starting to feel better. Igorita, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I had it last year. A bad stomach flu can be very bad. Yep. Silver Copper, how you doing, bro? Went to the hospital with 200 things. Jesus. Your blood pressure too? They're not true. But my blood pressure has always been normal. I've never had problems with blood pressure. Even though I am fat as fuck, blood pressure has never been an issue for me. It is just, it's due to this. I remember when I got to the hospital, they were immediately like, well, It could be a stomach flu, but it could also be diabetes. And I was like, it's not diabetes. And they said, no, your size, probably diabetical problems. I'm like, okay, well, take my blood sugar, normal. And the nurse literally looked at me. She looked at my blood sugar levels, and I could see the confusion because most guys my size has diabetes or is on their way to diabetes. But I don't drink sugar. Like I don't eat things with sugar in it. So everything else got cancelled out, and they realized no, it is just normal stomach flu. It's back to normal. Losing weight is definitely, you have to, like, I have to lose weight. I know that. Shamanita, it is my, like, I'll be the first to acknowledge the reason I'm fat isn't because of some fucking, like, weird issue. No, I just ate way too much, drank way too much fucking soda, and got fat. It's my own fault that I'm this fat. At no point can I sit here and say, well, I don't really eat that much. No, I ate like a fucking animal. Most fat people, I'm not saying all, there might be fat people with some underlying issues that is causing, but most fat people, as a fat guy, I watch what fat people do. And I'll tell you now, the majority of fat people are fat because they eat too fucking much. Like, they just stuff their face with all sorts of shit that they're not supposed to stuff their face with. And then they wonder. Like, I don't know why you have fucking diabetes, but I think it might have something to do with the fact that you literally buy a supersized drink with your 4 fucking McDonald's every single week. That might be it, you know? Or maybe it's the fact that you throw sweets into your mouth as if your mouth can just never get full. Something like that could be the problem, you know? My 600-pound life yet? I don't think so, Eleanor. Size doesn't mean you need to have diabetes. My grandpa had the worst stage of diabetes because of all the stress Army gave him. Look, skinny people can have diabetes too. But I'm lucky in that I grew up in a household where my dad was very clear on this. Most doctors actually agree on this, but so when I asked my dad, listen, what's the disease that you're most afraid of? My immediate thinking was cancer, right? Because who wouldn't be afraid of cancer? It's not cancer, it's diabetes. So I grew up in a house where I was made very aware of the dangers of diabetes. And when I had, like a few years ago, I had my blood pressure tasted, my blood sugar levels tasted, and I was in like the sort of gray area where you have to start fucking looking out because it was like 7.9. And my dad literally looked at me and he said, "You're heading for diabetes now." That was the day. Like on that day, I had my last ever soda. Like that, I remember still having a Coke on my way to my dad's office, and never again. I've never had sugary drinks since. Fucking refuse. Because I've seen what diabetes can do, and I don't fucking want that. Chips is good, let's be real. Potato chips are very good. Beer's better anyways. I don't know about that though. I went for a beer on Saturday. I don't like it. Not a massive fan. I don't know. Beer is just... I don't know. Beer is bitter. And here's my thing. Why would you have beer if you could have Pepsi Max, right? Because on every level, this is far nicer than beer. Every level. It has no sugar, right? 0 sugar. It's got very few kilojoules. And it tastes nice. Whereas beer, filled with fucking calories, shit tons of sugar in it, and not that nice. My buddy John wants me to try kangaroo steak, but I'm iffy about it. What do you think? I'll try kangaroo steak. Why not? Pissed on that. Then drink a beer. They taste similar. Get pissed on, then drink a beer. Don't get me wrong. When I used to drink, I would drink beer, right? I loved drinking beer, but not for the taste, because it doesn't taste that amazing. You drink because you want the feeling of getting drunk. I don't trust fucking anyone that drinks for the fun of it, because it's not fun. You can't tell me that alcohol tastes better than cold drink. Cold drink tastes better. Always has, always will. You'll pry my colas for my cold dead hands. Does zero sugar soda just have fake sugar like aspartame in it? Some do, some don't. So it really depends. But then again, I don't really give a fuck about aspartame. I know they say that it's bad for you, but I don't care. Who gives a fuck? Everything's bad for you nowadays. I don't like cocktails either. I'm not a big drinker. I used to be. I used to be heavy into the alcohol. I don't drink as much anymore. But my drink of choice when I was still in my heavy drinking phase was Jägermeister. Like, I would finish a bottle of Jägermeister, bro. Jägermeister shots? Fuck me. Let's go. And again, not because it tastes nice, but when you're pissed, it tastes fucking amazing. The drinking when I was a GM? Actives, you mean Guildmaster or Game Master? Guildmaster. I was Guildmaster as well, and yes, being a Guildmaster is a fucking sucky job. Also preservatives, the more aspartame we drink, the longer we live, right? True. That's how it works. 30+ degree heat in summer. A cold beer is never far away from me. Yeah, but a cold... Well, I don't drink cold drinks at all. I need my drinks to be room temp. So, for example, this Pepsi Max is perfect. It's room temperature. That's what I want. I don't like cold drinks. I don't put shit in the freezer ever. I smoke weed. Weed and booze don't mix. I prefer being stoned to being drunk. No hangover. I can't smoke weed either. They genuinely can't. It makes me so fucking nauseous. I don't drink cold water either. This is normal tap water at room temperature. The thing with cold drinks is it sort of hurts my teeth first and foremost, but also I can't drink it as fast as I want. Oh fuck. Deuce, I would absolutely accept a Pepsi sponsorship. Freezer, it's not cold enough, he says. Fuck me, no. I need my stuff just normal. A Pepsi Max run, but I would be proud. I've been on the Pepsi Max for years now, so I would like to say that I was first. Balile may have made it popular because they drank like a fuck ton of cans, but consider the fact that I have this and I have about 7 more of these 2-liter bottles in the fridge, right? I keep them in the fridge and then I bring them upstairs, and then they sort of warm up, right? But I keep them in the fridge so that the gas doesn't fuck out. But I actually have 6 left because this is the 7th one that I brought up last night. I always have Pepsi Max. Always. You will never find me anywhere without Pepsi Max. Pepsi was seen as the worst option compared to Coca-Cola. Nowadays it seems like the opposite. I just love the taste of Pepsi Max. Yes, now, like it's some prescription drug. Yeah, it is. It keeps me healthy. It keeps me out. There was a time where this was all I drank. Like, I wouldn't drink water. My argument was, well, this has water in it, so it keeps me hydrated. Nowadays, I no longer follow that advice. I do drink my water. I try to finish at least 2 of these bottles a day. But I still have my Pepsi Max. Like, fuck me, I couldn't live without Pepsi Max. Tatiana, how you doing? I've made myself, like, I forced myself to drink water just through streaming. Like, do you know how much health benefits streaming has for me? I don't think you guys have any idea how many health benefits you guys provide me with. So there's a couple of things that I no longer do when I stream. I don't smoke at all when I'm streaming. Even when I go down to grab a cup of coffee, I won't light up during breaks because I just don't. So for about 8 hours a day, I don't smoke at all, right? I also drink water. So I make a point of drinking water specifically when I stream. That's why usually towards the end of the stream is where you'll see me bring out the Pepsi Max, because then I finished my water and I'm allowed to have Pepsi Max then. And I also don't eat when I stream. So it helps with my intermittent fasting. So if anything, streaming keeps me healthy. Managed to catch your stream, so I'm good. Tatiana, happy to have you here. Video coming from family. Alright, Blue Fairy. Fish, fucking it. Wait, Dilipus, what? You know the water that you drink probably doesn't have fish in it. I am using you. Yes, Natora. Final Fantasy coming along? I haven't played in almost a week and a half, Shamanita, so it's not going anywhere. We'll probably play a little bit tonight. Zarkin, how you doing? There are streamers that do that. There are streamers who eat on stream. A lot of your bigger streamers live on stream. If you take someone like Summit1G, for example, Summit streams, what is it, 10, 12, 15 hours a day, right? So they eat, drink, everything on stream. The only time they don't do it is when they're sleeping. So they basically don't have a choice. This is sugar-free drinks. You can drink it instead of pure water. Goga, but I like the water. Crazy man, you motherfucker. Thank you for stealing sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know why I don't eat on stream. I guess it's because I have to cook my food. So it would be, what, would I take a break and then go cook food and come back and eat? Because I don't live on takeaways, right? Which is what most streamers do that do eat on stream. They just order takeaway or takeout, wherever you are, whatever you call it. I mean, if I were to eat on stream, I would mute the mic when I'm taking bites and shit. Because yes, there is nothing that pisses me off quite so much than hearing someone eat. Like, oh my fuck, does that annoy me. Sean Butts, thank you for doing something. Really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I once had, it wasn't really a date. It was just, me and a friend of mine, and then a friend of ours, a girlfriend of ours with her girlfriend, we went out. So it wasn't a date. It wasn't even a double date because no one in the group were dating each other. So we were just sort of all going out together. But the friend of our girlfriend was fucking hot, bro. Until after dinner. Or at least until dinner came. This girl ate so fucking loud. Like, it was surreal how loud she ate. And I remember just looking at her and thinking, never in my fucking life would I go close to this girl. in my life would I not date this girl. If I had to live with someone like that who eats as if they have a fucking microphone next to their mouth, I would kill myself. That would be just too much. Especially when people, like, the thing that pisses me off most is when people eat and they do that in between fucking, like, in between chewing. They sort of, I don't know what it's called, but they have this clicking sound that comes out. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Just keep your fucking eating to yourself, please. When people stare at me when I eat, I'm willing to throw hands. What's your 9.2 goal speculation to bring back WoW into the fold? I saw Balila 9.2 video on his hopes. Rhetorican, I mean, I've discussed this at length. We'll watch the Balila video and we'll see if it aligns, but I have discussed this at length, right? So I'm not entirely sure what to tell you. My list for things that I want in 9.2 is more things that I don't want than things that I want. So it would be more things that I want removed from the game rather than things that I actually think should be in the game, you know? Because I think it's fine. The game has a lot of good qualities. They just have to remove some of the shit from the game, and then it'll be good. So that would be that would sort of only that would be the only thing that I really care about. Don't travel to any Asian or Arabian country. Then making sound while eating is supposed to be a sign that you are enjoying the food there. Yeah, no, I once watched this video of Asian people eating, and I don't get why they eat with their mouths open. I think that's probably a cultural thing. But they eat with their mouths open, which to me is like the wrong way to eat. Like you're not allowed to eat that way. You should keep your mouth closed. Because I don't want to see the food in your mouth, you know? Like that's the one thing that I should not be able to see is the food in your fucking mouth. Nice and modest. 100% agree. All right, do you guys want to watch the Balila video? Because I know a lot of people have asked me about this, so we may as well. As an Asian, the slurping sound is the only sound we do, and even that is unique on China and Japan. I guess it's just one of those things where we're all different. Because in my house, if you slurped your food, you would get fucking wrecked. Oh my God, would I get a fucking talking to if I slurped my food. You're not even allowed in my house. We weren't even allowed to. You know when you have a milkshake, the end bit of the milkshake will sort of fucking like you'll have to slurp in order to get the end bit off.
I think that is more like a Japanese culture, and it only applies to soup. I think if you eat loudly in China, people really look down on you, thinking you have no education.
Nice. I didn't know that. So Japan are the ones who eat with their mouths open and loud. I did not know that. But anyways, yeah, so we weren't allowed to, like, you end the milkshake drinking before you get to the slurping phase. Like, you weren't allowed to do that. It's fine. You all can pass, and all the hottie slurpers, send them over here. Excellent. What makes you think that all the slurpers are hot? What if they're not hot? I'm pretty sure you get slurpers who aren't hot at all. As long as you don't snort like a fucking pig, like the majority go down here, I'm happy with you. And her parents would always eat with their mouths open, and it would irritate the hell out of me. No hate, but still just a pet peeve, I suppose. I think it's a cultural thing, right? It's a cultural thing. Different cultures are brought up differently. In the West, eating with your mouth open is considered to be extremely rude, whereas in other cultures it's not. So, for example, in Africa, it's not considered rude to first and foremost eat with your hands, but more importantly, to have your hands in your mouth. So in my house, if you were to eat with your hands, you can't lick off your fingers and fucking do shit like that, right? You can eat with your hands, but your hands are not supposed to go in your mouth. Whereas in African cultures, that's not really a problem. Like, they'll eat grabbing food with their hands and the whole hand goes into their mouth as they eat. And it's considered, again, that's considered you're enjoying the food, you're loving the food, you're having a good time. So it's a cultural thing. Anyways, fuck it, we've wasted enough time. Let's watch Balila's Bring Us Home video. Most of you have asked for this, so we'll see if it's any fucking good. I'm gonna be so pissed if this isn't as good as most people make it out to be. For the most part, I love Balila videos, don't get me wrong, but you guys have built this video up like crazy. So it better be fucking good.
Off the back of the surprisingly good game changes that are coming in 9.1.5, and based on listening to community feedback, let's today explore what Blizzard could possibly do in a patch 9.2 that would.
Well, I would say some of the good gameplay changes, not all of the changes that they're making are good, and some of them don't go nearly far enough. Like, for example, time walking. They do all these things with Legion time walking, but then time walking is still on a fucking timer that you can't consistently do. You can only do it sometimes. So I would say, yeah, to some extent, good changes, but also some of the changes don't go nearly far enough.
Follow a similar path of community engagement with feedback. Something that would please the fans of Shadowlands while also pleasing the people who are not so hot on Shadowlands. Now, one thing, this was originally
the people that's not so hot on Shadowlands, so you mean about 90% of the fucking player base. Because that's, you know.
5,000 words long. It was packed with loads of lore and flavor that I've almost entirely had to cut out. Sorry, that's what it's like. It's gotta be a YouTube video, not a government report. Okay, first up, goals. My goal is simple. Cover the cosmic ground that will be satisfying to those who like the cosmic stuff, while also delivering a great slice of core Azeroth content. We will resolve Zoval's story, expand the cosmic lore a bit, and for the end.
What I don't get is when you say we will resolve Zoval's story, how? How do you resolve his story in a single patch whilst also focusing on cosmic lore that will appeal to the player base? I don't think you can do that. If you want to resolve Zoval's, I would actually argue here that we do not resolve Zoval's story. In fact, we don't deal with Zoval at all. He's gone, and he's gone for now, right? That would be my wish list for this, is remove Zoval from the story, not insofar as retconning him, keep his story on the back burner, and work from there, right? He's now in the background, much like Sargeras used to be. He's going to be a problem in the future, but he's not a problem right now. That would actually be my wish list, or one of the things on my wish list.
End of this, well, finish off Shadowlands in a neat way and put Shadowlands in the Afterlife back in its box. While certain cosmic elements will be escalated today, they will need to be put to rest by the end of this patch and expansion, clearing the way for a more grounded breather expansion. All of that, along with a refocus on what the rewards and content of the game are, and a simplification of systems. So with that said, let's go into what I would say the intro experience should be.
Okay.
The Primus returns, true to his word. He is the key to Zereth Mortis, so that is where we go, to the home of the First Ones. All is quiet until we come upon Anduin and Zoval. MMO gameplay happens, an epic cinematic happens, and after a classic villain monologue, Anduin is teleported away to the Maw, Zoval heckles us, saying that time does indeed flow strangely in Zereth Mortis and the Shadowlands, and that before we return, Azeroth will already be taken. We've already lost. Or at least we would have. In a final act of sacrifice, the Primus attacks Zoval, buying us time.
Zereth Mortis Silvercoppen is the realm of the first ones. It's one of the realms. We don't know where it is, but we know that one of the realms refer to Zereth Mortis, and it's apparently where the re-origination, the temple or the forge of re-origination lies, the sepulchre of the first ones. It is on Zereth Mortis. I would say that so far I'm on board with what Ballilar is saying, but I don't know how you implement that in World of Warcraft specifically.
Time, dying in the process. We rush back through the portal that we'd opened there, and to our horror, we are awaited by Horde and Alliance messengers, saying that Icecrown has completely fallen and the Northrend is at its knees. Draka, who joined us on the journey to Zereth Mortis, then tells us that the Primus slipped her the key and left her a final message. And in that final message, we learn that we can return home to Azeroth. You could say that the Winter Queen and the Emerald Dream could kind of give us a way back there that also gives a Lifeland glimpse. Also, the Primus tells us what the death of Argus actually meant to Zoval and his plan, and a little bit more of how Azeroth herself fits into all of this. Before we...
It would be nice to bring Argus back, even though I don't think Argus has any real connection. But it would be nice, because Argus was actually... This would be fan service. What Ballilar is talking about here is 100% fan service, right? We're bringing back things that the fans loved and things that the fans actually speculated on. So bringing Argus back into the story, so to speak, might be a good way of getting the fans excited again for the game.
We already know that she does. The plan of Team Azeroth then is simple. Stop the invasion at Icecrown, denying Zoval a conventional victory. And then, while our forces hold the line, gather ourselves, return to Oribos, and with the Primus's key now in Draka's hands, commence the raid. And before I talk about that raid, which is going to have some humongous plot beats, I must talk about what we will do first. The initial content of Northrend.
Okay.
With the intro experience complete, we arrive at Northrend. This force, led by Bolvar's Ebon Blade and the Silver Hand, plus, of course, the...
What he's talking about here would require a rework of Northrend, which I don't think Blizzard is going to do in 9.2. It would require that Blizzard stop some development on 10.0 to, you know, sort of fix the stories of Northrend, to make Northrend, to update it so that we can actually play there. I don't think Blizzard will do this.
The Sunwalkers must retake key locations in Icecrown and establish little footholds, little bases, almost harkening back to Wrath of the Lich King. These will set the stage for ongoing world content and further campaign chapters. Who is with us here? Well, we've got Bolvar, we've got the Four Horsemen, Jaina, Thrall, Talia, Bane, Gan. Our combined...
Fucking Bane. Just leave Bane in the Shadowlands. Let's not have him back, because fuck me, Blizzard doesn't know what to do with Bane. How about we don't bring Bane back?
Combined forces retake the Argent Tournament grounds, building fresh fortifications there, giving it a lick of paint, and really calling back in a little way to patch 3.1's Argent Tournament construction quests. From there then, we try to take key positions across Icecrown. Basically, the plot here is that we know we've got to go to Zereth Mortis, but we know that time flows very strangely there. So if we don't bolster Northrend's defenses, well, by the time we win the raid, we will have already lost the planet. That's the lore thinking as we go in. Once our base is established then, we will do world content across the continent of Northrend, and the new pre-raid campaign. Campaign first, then I'll talk about...
Man, I would love to go back to the Grizzly Hills. Can you imagine that? I do like the idea of us having to bolster the defenses of Northrend in its entirety, right? So having to work in every single zone to update the the defenses to make sure that we defend Azeroth whilst we go to... So far, I'm on board with most of the things that Ballilar is saying. And going back to Northrend, great expansion, perfect. I think it could be really fun. So far, on board.
About the raid setting and story, then world content, progression, bunch of design things, and more. Now the why here for the campaign is simple. We want big, cool cosmic event stuff that teases shit really going down. Then we want to deliver on some of that shit really going down. But we want to do that in a way that has a familiar and nostalgic setting, so that players actually feel the stakes of the narrative, rather than...
It's a good idea, right? Basically, all Ballilar is doing here is he's keeping what Blizzard would probably have done anyways with 9.2. We would have had to go back, defend each one of the zones of the Shadowlands against the onslaught of Zuval, and then finally make our way to Zereth Mortis, where we would have to basically fight our way through to get to the raid. But Ballilar is saying, instead of doing all of that in the Shadowlands, move that back to Azeroth, because at least on Azeroth, we the player feel like it's home. We have something to fight for on Azeroth, whereas no one really gives a fuck about fighting for the Shadowlands, because the Shadowlands don't really matter to the vast majority of the players. So I do like everything he's saying so far.
than us saving Azeroth from afar. Let's talk about the new campaign. Now that we've covered the intro to Zereth Mortis and Northrend, let's talk about narrative content. So in my head, there is a clear pre-raid, post-raid narrative split, with raid completion being required for the post-raid story. There is no renown gate here. You will straight up, in my view of this, have a few hours of narrative content from the get-go. Because damn it, week one of a new patch should be exciting. It shouldn't just run out in one day.
True.
Here's a few sample pre-raid campaign chapters that I've thought up. One is Bane and the Tonka, because poor old Bane's got to do something in this expansion. Nazgrim and the Orc counterattack, because, again, damn it, we need some classics.
Right there, Ballilar is putting far too much pressure on Blizzard. Imagine Blizzard bringing out a patch that has more than a single day's worth of content. That hasn't happened. When's the last time that even happened in WoW? I don't think that has happened in WoW ever. Blizzard time gates the living fuck out of their content because there is no real content. So it's not going to happen here. There is no chance that this is going to happen. Just no chance, especially not now. Because you have to understand, Blizzard is putting all of their eggs in 10.0. They are trying to rush, as much as possible, the ending of Shadowlands, whilst spending all of their time trying to get 10.0 ready, because that's the one that's going to bring people back. This does need to time gate, because you know people will do it all in one day, then complain about not having content. Quinch, that's exactly why you need to have enough content that people can't actually do it within a single day. And also, time gating isn't the issue, Quinch. This is what most people don't understand. Almost all games time gate. You can't really get around that, right? The problem is when you time gate less than... So here's the thing. We actually did this. Myself and my Discord actually did this. I had some of my mods run through the entirety of Shadowlands, leveling from level 50 all the way to level 60, including doing all of the content that the game had up until current renown. It's less than 24 hours worth of content. In the entirety of the game, there is less than 24 hours of content. You cannot time gate 24 hours of content over the course of 3 months and call that a good expansion experience. That's not how that works. If you had, say, 2 or 3 weeks worth of content that you then time gate efficiently. So you have to do the time gate in a way that also makes sense. So, for example, something that they could have done in for example, in Maldraxxus, right, is as you're trying to continue the storyline. So if you've not done the Necrolord storyline, you're constantly basically every week gearing up to take back one of the houses. Now, if they had it in such a way where you're preparing your invasion force for the next house, and then to take that house is an actual scenario or a dungeon that takes back the house, right? So you need time in order to actually get the forces necessary to take back the house. So for the next couple of days, you're actually doing quests to recruit new forces, to build up your army so that you can take the house. The problem was you get a quest that says, oh, by the way, we need to go take that house, but not now, next week. Waste your time for the next week, and then next week we'll go take the house. But why are we waiting a week? Doesn't matter. We'll just wait a week. It was arbitrary time gating. The time gating didn't make sense. The only way the time gating makes sense is if you made up a reason for yourself as to why the time gating exists. You cannot time gate a day's worth of content over the course of 3 months and call that a game. Because you're asking me to pay an incredible amount of money for not even a day's worth of content. That's just not on.
Sweaty, muscle-bound orc action that screams Warcraft. And a metal album cover. And frankly, I'm aware that classic Horde content has been sparse, and the players want more of that.
Yeah.
Jaina, Kalecgos, and the resurrection of Galakrond. Because Galakrond is really spooky, and potentially...
Alright, I think Ballilar have the same leaks as I have. I think he has the same sources as I have. Galakrond was planned for Shadowlands. In fact, Galakrond was going to be a major part of the original 9.2. Although, according to my sources, I have it on good authority that Galakrond was cancelled. They decided against bringing back Galakrond. For whatever reason, apparently the story was just going to take too long and they didn't have it ready. And so, at least from what I understand and what my sources tell me, Galakrond has been cancelled.
He has a large connection to death, especially if you've listened to our lore walking episode over on our Patreon on Galakrond. This would also be a real neat way of covering the dawn of the Aspects book in-game so that people know that, as well as advancing that story, and us seeing Jaina and her partner work together, so we can get some of the character work in. Ideally then, I'd have a 4th chapter cleansing Vordrasil with Malfurion and Tyrande, because I do think we need more classic Night Elf action that is away from the Night Warrior stuff. Then, of course, we would have a very short chapter that leads direct...
Night Elf story would be perfect here, especially considering that Northrend does house a corrupted world tree, or one that would have been a corrupted world tree. Now would be the perfect time for the Night Elves to sort of search for a new home. And one could absolutely see the Night Elves going, well, what if we made this world tree that we cleanse? What if we made that our new home? And maybe that doesn't work out. So then they go to another location, until finally they end up in Nordrasil, where they eventually make their home. But this would give a really cool way for players to experience a bit of an intimate storyline with the Night Elf specifically. Their home has been destroyed. It's time for them to get a new home. This could be a nice hook, so to speak, right? At least I would love to see more Night Elf story.
Directly into the raid, which I'm about to lay out. But first, here's a few thoughts for the post-raid campaign stuff. So, what about after the raid then? Well, narratively, we do want to have more content. And gameplay-wise, we do want to have a reason to continue fighting the Mossworn forces. I think that would be a neat thing. The Mossworn will still be a threat, and we'll just set it up so that they're led by a Dreadlord once Zovaal is defeated and Anduin is freed. You can even...
See, again with this Zovaal defeated, I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with Zovaal being defeated. You've taken all this fucking time to introduce him as a bad guy. Now double down on that. But put it on the back burner. I don't think Zovaal should be defeated. The reason I don't think Zovaal is supposed to be on the same level as someone like Sargeras. Yeah? He should be on the same level as someone like Sargeras. What do I want to see from Zovaal? I want Zovaal to build up over time. So give us bits and pieces of all. Allow us to deal with problems that Zuval creates in a similar manner as how we dealt with Sargeras. Yeah? In a similar manner. So allow Zuval and his Morsworn to be a problem for multiple expansions. Maybe Zuval reaches out to the Drust, and the Drust become a major problem in one of the future expansions. But turn Zuval now into a proper endgame character that is going to force a few expansions before we finally get to take him down. What I don't want is another Argus situation where we get the introduction of this massive character in the lore that then gets dealt with in a single expansion. I am sick and tired of us dealing with massive stories in single fucking expansions. You should have a multi-expansion plan for how you deal with issues. One of the things that pisses me off with World of Warcraft is... I'm trying to think what the English word for this would be, but I get annoyed in World of Warcraft with how quick resolution in World of Warcraft arrives. Like, how quick you deal with problems. In Final Fantasy, a problem gets introduced and sometimes it can take weeks for that problem to finally be solved. Multiple levels, multiple hours of questing just to get a problem solved. In World of Warcraft, problems arrive and they're usually solved within a couple of quests. Boom, done, problems no more. I hate that. If you're going to introduce a problem, specifically a problem as big as the Jailer, it needs to take us time to solve that problem. Because in the real world, someone like Zuval would be an actual fucking problem that wouldn't just be resolved in a single patch.
Tie that
or
into
expansion.
Denathrius if you wanted to. And not only does this make continued world content make sense post-raid, but it also, again, teases that idea that Denathrius is out there somewhere. It lets us build up some of that future Dreadlord plot, and
I like
just that Denathrius hasn't went down with the ship. Okay, post-raid campaign chapters, I think, should include things such as directly epiloguing the raid, and then resolving the immediate storylines. I would have another that sets up our groundwork for exiting the Shadowlands in a neat way. I'd have another one take us to Ulduar. Let's see what's going on there. In another, we would venture to the depths of Icecrown with Bolvar, where he would actually see parts of the Citadel that were even hidden to him, because of course the Dreadlords built that place under the Jailer specifications. That's a few ideas. Patch 9.2.5 is a big part of my plan though. That'll be TLDR'd at the end because it's a true epilogue patch. Let's talk about the raid.
Alright.
Raid time. Okay, our goal here. Make the Cosmic cool, pay off established plot from Legion, and honor Warcraft's core setting, which is Azeroth. So let's go. The final pre-raid campaign sees the skies of Northrend ablaze with light, as we see an ungodly torrent of dark, twisted anima rushing down into Icecrown Citadel. We do not know what has happened, but we do know that it is bad, and that if we do not take the fight to Zoval, he will just simply win and unmake us. So, the combined effort of the Covenants, all of our might, we travel to Zereth Mortis. And once there, we...
Right there. No. No, 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 no. We do not travel to Zereth Mortis. We do not get to see Zereth Mortis. Zereth Mortis is the realm of the First Ones. It was introduced, now put it on the back burner. Let it simmer. The whole point of a great story is oftentimes that you let it linger. It gets better. Like a fine wine, it grows over time. It inspires speculation. It inspires the player base to wonder about this. And you bring it back when it's near boiling point. That's when you bring it into the game. This, I would say, absolutely no. Absolutely not. I don't want to see Zereth Mortis anywhere near 9.2. I think it needs to have time to breathe. Let it exist within the player base. Let us speculate on it. in 2-3 expansions, in 11.0, in 12.0, we should be looking at some of the lore and going, wait a second, how does this feed into Zereth Mortis? Perhaps these creatures are from Zereth Mortis. Perhaps these creatures have been to Zereth Mortis. Allow it to be a mystery within the game that we get like drip fed bits and pieces of, and then finally let it become something more. Let it simmer for a bit, if that makes sense.
We start to face down Zoval's closest Moss-worn lieutenants, powerful constructs of the first ones, all while Zoval is taunting us. We reach Zoval, and right as the fight starts, it's actually Mal'Ganis, who, true to his word at the end
Yuka Bazooka, thank you for the update. Really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
of patch 9.1 is, of course, on the Jailer's team. Zoval is, in fact, about to launch the next stage of his plan, and thanks to Mal'Ganis' deception, we think we're stranded in Zereth Mortis. So we defeat the Mal'Ganis encounter. And then something is noticed. First One's technology responds to you, the player.
Okay.
Just as it did with the Ouroboros Waystone in the Maw. No sigils are needed here. Your connection to Azeroth is enough to activate this First One's technology. Now, this follows Shadowlands' established lore, and it furthers the place of the player's character's connection to Azeroth, which will be important later, and also the position of Azeroth as the center of the Great Cycle, as shown in Grimoire of the Shadowlands. So, we give chase to Zoval, but we find the Maw is completely empty. All of its stored anima, everything, has just been dumped into Icecrown's Citadel.
Okay.
So, Zoval has prepared all the tech that he needs from Zereth Mortis. He has got all of the fuel for that, all of the anima in Icecrown, and he's ready to basically do the final part of his plan. Our next boss fight then, it's Anduin Wrynn, atop Icecrown Citadel, because obviously.
Okay, why not?
And Anduin is using the magic that bested Bolvar, and he is wielding Kingsmorn, a blade that is imbued with Arthas' spirit.
Shalamorn, not Kingsmorn.
As we fight Anduin, the Citadel rocks and shakes. It's a big, big, big fight. And in the Anduin defeat cinematic, it fires into a big flash. All that anima shoots off to the distance, straight south and into Gorobal, Sargeras' sword, which is stuck in Silithus.
Okay.
Because while Zoval did set the Burning Legion into motion, and while Zoval did shape the direction of the Burning Legion through his Dreadlord agents, he could not have predicted Sargeras' final, rather spiteful move to stab the planet. But it was a pretty welcome one. So now reactivated, the Dark Titan's sword is weakening Azeroth.
See, I would change that. I would make it so that Zoval didn't plan on Gorobal stealing all of his fucking energy. I would make it so that this works in Sargeras' favor. The energy shoots from, if we're going by the story, I have some problems with the pacing that Balilla wants to. It seems to me like Balilla wants to rush the story as quickly as possible so that we can get done with the story. Whereas I think you've introduced the story now. Don't let it go to waste. Just because the story didn't hit home the first time, learn from your mistakes and now stick with that. Give the player now time to learn about the Eternal Ones. Give the player time to learn about Zoval, to learn about Zereth Mortis, to learn more about the powers of death and the powers that drive the Jailer. But I would let, if that energy were to shoot into Gorobal, I would have that not be planned. So I would literally have the Jailer once again stand there in a cinematic and go, interesting. Right? Like he did with Anduin. Just sort of like, why did that sword do that? The sword isn't supposed to take my fucking magic. This is my power. How does this sword do that?
Just as it was when it was all powered up at the end of Legion. So now she is weakened. All Zoval has to do is capture her soul. How does he do this? Via something I've invented It's from Zereth Mortis. It's called the Engine of Creation, or something like that.
Okay.
It's an ancient machine that is to the universe as the world engines of the Storm Peaks are to Azeroth. Yeah, I know it can feel like a MacGuffin, but it's just kind of the hand we're dealt in a way. So we teleport to Silithus, only to find complete chaos and our final two fights. Our penultimate fight is a grand First One's being, their equivalent of a Titan Keeper like Odin. The final fight, Zovaal himself.
No.
This is, of course, an epic multi-stage encounter where, as we fight, we see Azeroth's life essence be consumed by Zovaal through Gorabal, literally increasing his size. He's getting more and more and more powerful. The skies are darkening. The toll on Azeroth, in fact, throws the elements out of balance, meaning that the earth bubbles, brutal rains batter us, lightning is illuminating the battlefield. Imagine just all the effects are just thrown.
I love the idea. I think visually it could be aesthetically very pleasing to see this. Not necessarily on board with the fact that we fight Zovaal, because Golgath, like you just said there, how in the fuck? How do we fight, Zovaal? This is a Titan++. We would need incredible power in order to take this guy down.
Thrown in. So the fight is a visual feast. Far less Sylvanas 9.1, far more Argus 7.3. Before I explain more though, I need to drop you a lore note. Blizzard told us in interviews that the Pantheon of Death are just as strong as the Pantheon of Order, if not more powerful. So what size was Sargeras at his full power? He was the size of a planet. What size was Aman'Thul at full power when he ripped Y'Sharj out of the world? Massive, the size of a planet. Why then would Zovaal wielding Gorabal, absorbing that energy? I mean, Gorabal canonically is one of the most powerful weapons in existence.
Yeah.
Why would Zovaal not effectively be the size of a planet eventually? So the way this works is...
But again, we come back to what I've said so many times before, and so many people still don't recognize this. So let's just let me show you guys this.
Illidan, we've done all we can.
Every choice, every sacrifice has led me to this moment. To face him once again.
All right, just
You are not coming with us.
The hunter is nothing without the hunt. Did you not see this fate, prophet?
Fate. Our survival was never in fate's hands. Light be with you, Illidan Stormwraith.
all right. Now pay attention to this.
Brother, your crusade is over!
All right, that's Sargeras' size right there. Look at our size compared to him. Look at his size compared to Azeroth. He's a big, chunky fucking boy, right? He's a chunky boy. He is fucking huge. At this point, we would probably not even come up to his toe, right? We wouldn't even be as tall as his toe. This guy is huge. There's Sargeras now. Normal size like all of the other Titans. Yes, larger than us, of course, but still no longer planet size. Look at him compared to Illidan. He's no longer planet size. He's now just normal size. The Titans can change the way that they appear to people. I think their natural size, their normal size, when they're basically presenting the way that they're supposed to look, they are as large as planets. They're fucking huge. But when they have to appear to you, you know, say for example on the Pantheon, they're smaller. So they're to scale to what the Pantheon is. They aren't always the size of planets. They can change their appearance, and we know they can because Sargeras actually presented to the Draenei years back when they were still, you know, before they were corrupted and became the Eredar. He appeared to the Draenei as light, as a being of light. So we know that they can change their appearance. So that would be just to sort of explain that bit. Zuval could probably, in his normal size, be as large as a planet. But he doesn't always have to be as large as a planet, right? It's not always necessary for him.
That he's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And as this fight goes on, our situation is getting more and more dire. Until Azeroth whispers to us, like she would whisper to Magni. This is supposed to be a massive moment for the lore. Some of the first words ever heard from Azeroth. And she tells us to buy her time. Like with the Titans in 7.3, her blessing empowers us and pushes us forward, keeping Zoval busy while she musters the strength to work her plan. And as the fight progresses, we start to see the First One's technology get more and more and more intense. Zoval is getting more and more and more powerful. And if we're defeated and Azeroth doesn't have time to enact her plan, Azeroth's soul will be absorbed by the engine of creation, and we'll get a situation where Zoval will be at the most full power you could possibly imagine, on a stage where we can remake creation.
Okay.
But of course that doesn't happen. We hold him off, and at 5% health, it happens. The big cinematic. The Zoval in front of us disappears as the engine of creation roars into life. A great shadow falls on Azeroth. Using the technology of creation and Azeroth's essence as fuel, Zoval remakes himself, taking the gargantuan form of a full-power titan like Sargeras. It's victory for him, or so he thought. Because what he didn't account for was our connection to Azeroth, that she could speak to us, and that we could work with her and give her the time that she needs to manifest her spirit. And in a moment, completely obviously reminiscent of the end of Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos, mixed with the end of the Legion expansion, and amped up to 11, Azeroth appears in the sky. Fully formed, her full form revealed, in a spirit form. And she destroys Zoval. Now,
see, the whole fucking, whenever he says destroy Zuval, I get triggered. And it's nothing against, because this is a great idea, and it's one of the ideas, and it could work, but why would you remove Zuval? You've introduced Zuval as a potential Sargeras, right? A mechanism that could move the story forward in future expansions. Why would you remove someone that is seemingly so important to the story so fucking early on? I realize Zuval didn't work in this expansion, but that doesn't mean that he can't become important later on, right? The whole point is, the reason most of us don't like Zuval right now is because we know nothing about him. All we know about Zuval is that he's the big bad and he's going to destroy the Shadowlands, and who gives a fuck, right? He's just basically, you know, Thanos, if you will. But that doesn't mean that that's what he needs to be. For those of you that didn't know, Sargeras was actually never even supposed to be one of the big bads of World of Warcraft. In fact, Sargeras was actually always sort of a side character. It wasn't until Chris Mason turned him into one of the major big bads and gave him a backstory that built over multiple expansions. So that now, when you hear Sargeras, people actually take note. People actually care about Sargeras. when in reality Sargeras wasn't important prior to this. So that's what I would like to see with Zuval. Give it time. Build his character. Give us a reason to care about him. Don't just remove him because it didn't work, because you've already wasted my time for, you know, almost 2 years introducing the fucking guy. You may as well now use him. You may as well now use him and actually make him into a good villain. Don't just remove him, because what that means that next expansion they're gonna have to reintroduce a brand new villain. I really don't like this single expansion bad guys. We need more. We need multi-expansion bad guys. More of them, not less.
Oh, she's not ready to hatch, so to speak. She can only sustain her form for but the briefest moment. And when we come to, we find that Magni has fallen dormant once more. Azeroth whispers a final waning message to us as her spirit dissipates. You look up to the sky.
Paurin, thank you for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The skybox is glowing a brilliant blue and yellow.
Troden, that's not actually true. I don't think this is on people. I don't think people or the players are to blame for Blizzard's failures. Blizzard themselves do not build up characters. I've said this before. Shadowlands should never have been introduced. Not now. We should have had multiple expansions sort of hinting at things that happens in Shadowlands, dealing with some of the issues that comes out of a broken Shadowlands, dealing with things like Zuval and his armies, maybe get slithers here and there of the Eternal Ones, the Primus, the Winter Queen, Denathrius, here and there, dealing with them, and then the Shadowlands should have been introduced. It's Blizzard that don't know how to build up their characters. It's not that people are sort of impatient and just won't let Blizzard. Blizzard doesn't know how to fucking build up characters. They just dump a bunch of new characters and worlds on us and just go, okay, there's your new worlds, go play in them. And the players are actually desperate for some character building. The players are actually desperate to know what these characters are all about, but Blizzard themselves fail to actually tell us what these characters are about. So no, this is not Blizzard or poor Blizzard. They don't know what they can't do it because players are impatient. It's just Blizzard can't do it. For some reason, Blizzard keeps failing. The last time we had good characters being introduced to the game was when Chris Metzen still built the characters. Ever since then, it's like Blizzard just they grasp at straws every second, trying to come up with some big fucking story, and none of the stories work because none of us care. Blizzard doesn't do any of their characters actual justice.
Constellations, auroras. Azeroth is not dead, but between Gorabal and the best efforts of Zoval, her strength is utterly spent. Azeroth spent the last of her consciousness to save us and to save reality. It's going to be a long time before we see or hear from her again. There we go. Now this, essentially, I know, is a combination of the ending of Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos and the ending of Legion. And I also know it does not involve a big cliffhanger or a super clear lead into the next expansion. And I want to justify that to you. And it revolves around Zoval's story, keeping the player's canonical power in check via Azeroth's blessing being the reason why we can stand against Zoval, and it puts Cosmic Warcraft back in its box while also honoring its scale. Look, players just don't care about Zoval. He has not been a successful villain, but players do care about Azeroth. This raid would take us to some cool locales, to old nostalgic locales, and give us heaps of spectacle. It would absolutely push the lore forward while also keeping its scope bounded. After this, we are back to the way things were before Shadowlands, with, of course, a lot of lessons being learned. Take this as the finale of the first cosmic arc of Warcraft. One that is so over the top that a breather is almost needed. And in a way, with Gorabal destroyed, with Azerite well and truly dormant, the state of Azeroth is back to pre-Legion levels, finally allowing space for the peoples and cultures of Azeroth to breathe and to develop, so that we can re-establish the core of Warcraft before we move forward.
I'm on board with that. Yes.
That's the raid. Well, let's talk about world content design. Each zone of Northrend is in a state of flux, and there's a key difference in this world content. It is event-based, not quest-based. Now, events are similar to world quests, in my head, but progression of them is shared between all participating players. Okay. You see an event on your map, you fly to it, you join the fight, earning a bronze, silver, or gold medal based on your participation. Yes, Guild Wars 2 does things extremely like that, and I would say this would make it feel far more like an MMO. Remember the Legion pre-patch event.
I like the idea of that. I think World of Warcraft misses a lot of MMO features, especially in its open world content, where a lot of the time when you're doing things like, for example, world quests, they are individual based, right? Almost all world quests are single player events. We need more. Well, sadly, the servers won't handle it, but if the servers could handle it, you need world quests that have 200, 300, 400 players in the same area doing things and working towards specific goals, because that's what MMOs are all about. It's about playing with your friends. It's about meeting new people. So 100% on board with that.
Now here's the kicker. Events lead into other events. Defeat a swell of Mossworn troops assaulting Valgard, and 2 new events may spawn. One of them could be to sack a base. Another could be to defeat an elite. And once done, those 2, a further event could spawn, as we were able to push the Mossworn forces all the way back and really push them out. And the thing is that if players don't help and don't do these events, then the events will despawn. The Mossworn will win, and a new event will spawn based on them winning. So, if that happens too much, then you'll actually have to retake your base of operations. Valgard, in this example. Of course, you'd still be rewarded for doing so. RNG can even be thrown in.
I like the idea of having loss. So oftentimes we don't have loss in World of Warcraft, so I do like the idea of being able to lose. So if you don't actually do the world events, and you don't actually kill all of the world events and beat all of the world events, then yes, the Mossworn keeps advancing. You can have that as a color on the map. So you have this purple line that moves, or fog that moves all around the map. And should the entire map be taken by this purple fog, you lose, right? So then you'll have to fight again to try and get it back, try and push the purple fog back. And as people complete these events, they push the purple fog on their own map back. So it's a bit of an instanced version of the world. I like that. I enjoy the idea behind that.
Here, as an example, if you complete event A, then event B will spawn. But another time you could complete event A, but event C may spawn. All to provide you with a little bit of variety and to give us a feeling of a war that is spanning all of Northrend zones. You have these going on a per zone basis, such that there's basically a push and pull, bit of a tug of war between all of the zones, with them having their own unique little themes to them, so they feel different. Now, these will focus on core Horde and Alliance fortifications across the continent, as well as important locations to the original Northrend factions. Because it's about honoring Azeroth. Why not defend Northrend with the allied Sons of Hodir and Titan?
In a perfect world, if Blizzard had unlimited resources, I would actually bring back all of the dungeons for World of Warcraft as well. I would even turn Icecrown Citadel and Ulduar and Naxxramas into 5-player epic dungeons. I would bring back all of the dungeons with new mobs and bosses in them, right? So it would be a patch that introduces 7-8 new dungeons, all of them updated with more sworn enemies in them now, as they've set up their entire world. The problem with that is I don't think you could do that. I don't think Blizzard would have the time or resources to ever bring those back, especially when it comes to things like Ulduar, Naxxramas, and Icecrown Citadel. But I think they would be so cool as 5-man epic dungeons.
Titan Forged, or after defending Valgard, end up helping the Tonka lead a final push. It's about honoring Warcraft. The design goal here is to lift the best of FF14 Fates and Guild War 2 events, and then bring them to that that Blizzard level of polish. Look, Blizzard has historically done the best when they've borrowed ideas and executed them masterfully. So this is our bread and butter content. Meanwhile, for Icecrown, we will have similar events going on, just that they're a little bit more themed on us attacking and trying to push the Mossworn out. Completing them can unlock maybe small little bases where you could maybe get the odd daily quest to consolidate and reinforce the area, lots of little things like that. On top of that, you'll have the usual zone objectives such as, the rares, and perhaps a sprinkling of neat vignettes. There's the basics here. Ongoing war in Northrend that doubles down on World of Warcraft as an open-world MMORPG.
Yeah.
Let's talk then about progression and rewards. We'll have two factions. For now, let's just call them Defenders of Azeroth and Northrend's Vengeance. Those are very hokey names, I know. Get better ones later, whatever. So, the Defenders of Azeroth faction, you could say, is the main one for character progression as far as power goes. They'll sell a wide range of catch-up gear that comes along with reputation-gated rewards that span from a lowish base item level to just above the first 8 bosses of the raid on normal difficulty. Now, unlike patch 9.1, the rep gate will not be gated in a hard way by weeks. It'll be gated in progress, and it won't be as stringent. They'll also sell a set of, and this is a cool new thing, upgradable heirloom weapons that are designed for power levelers.
Okay.
These are going to have a unique transmogrification appearance. Your progress with them can also lock a temporary Argent Tournament Hearthstone temp, because you don't want to override the one that people got from doing the tournament in the old days, as well as a customizable steed where you'll be able to customize your saddle.
I'm okay with all of this so
horse
far.
color, your horse type, your armor color, your armor type, and then even put on your guild emblem or the emblem of your faction or any Northrend faction that you are exalted with. That's a big new way to do a mount, isn't it? It's a lot of work for a mount, but that is actually what it takes. Because machine gunning out loads of recolors just doesn't cut it for players anymore. It's not new and it's not exciting. Transmogs are then another...
I would love the ability to customize mounts. I thought when Blizzard introduced... when was this? A couple of years ago when Blizzard introduced the gear, right? Where you would be able to turn your mount into a water-walking mount or whatever. I thought that, Blizzard would build on this system and we would eventually get actual pieces of gear for our mounts, and Blizzard never did that. So I'd be 100% on board with Blizzard actually making proper mounts that we can use, even borrowing from Final Fantasy and turning mounts, like giving you an actual combat mount, right? That will join you in combat and do things in combat alongside you. I think it could work brilliantly.
Focus of this content with our second faction, which is called Northrend's Vengeance. It's heavily involved in mogs and player customization, and they have 0 player power attached to them. You can do this basically where they have a big weekly quest, a sort of fill up the bar thing by killing Mossworn rares, completing events, and so on and so forth. This can get you a big chunk of weekly rep. But wait, rep here is different to any other rep in the game in a way. I'll get to that. Then, if you want to grind this rep, just have at it. It's not gated. Events will give you rep. Killing mobs in the events will give you rep. This will help to keep those events be populated for a longer time. For everybody. It will let people progress slowly and efficiently via the weekly or quickly via grinding. And fitting.
I do miss the days where you could just basically fucking hard grind rep. Right? You could go out and you could basically either do... I'm always reminded of... rep, specifically in TBC, used to work very much like this. You could either do the rep through the dailies, right? Every day you would get a couple of dailies that would give you rep. Or you could just hard farm it, killing a shit ton of mobs, collecting beads, handing in the beads, that would give you rep. Or in Wrath of the Lich King, where you could spam dungeons, Weasel, like that was stuff that worked, yeah? Because it meant that those players who didn't really want to rush, they could just do the dailies and just have at it at their own pace. And those who did want to rush, who wanted to get shit done as quickly as possible, they would usually no-life the game for about 2 or 3 weeks and get everything done, right? So that they could continue to play the game that they want to play without having to worry about bullshit reps and crap like that. It opens the door, most importantly, to play the game the way that you want to play it, right? So those who do want to rush and don't, say for example, those who only want to raid, they get to rush through it as quickly as possible, get it done. Now I can raid for the rest of time. And those who don't care about raiding as much, or really only raid for fun, but want something to do every day, they don't have to fucking rush. I'm on board with that. More ways to play the game the way that you think the game should be played for you.
To it being the Argent tournament, you will get a new, via this, base set of transmog armor. And as you progress, you'll be able to unlock new tints for that armor. The whole goal here is to give people cool new transmogrification tools. So that is a sort of generic set, but the faction is called Northrend's Vengeance, isn't it? Well, that's because they're also going to have unique cosmetic rewards that represent each of the Northrend factions, from the Dragons to the Sons of Hodir to the Kalawak. And here is the unique twist. There's only one rep bar, it's only a Paragon rep. But there's no RNG. Your Paragon box will contain their currency token, as well as a nice chunk of raw gold. And you will earn Paragon boxes for these guys way faster than you're used to for the current reps in the game. The currency that you get from them is just spent on their vendor, unlocking whatever pieces and dies you want. Now, given World of Warcraft's technical limitations, this is you just unlocking more color options, color tints, like with the Legion artifact weapon appearances. I mean, let's be real. An artist opening a file, changing the color a bit, and exporting it really does not take that long. But wait, there's a final twist. Similar to Anima, isn't it? But it's a little different, and it's very standalone. Just the idea that everything that you do contributes to this.
Dream die. Fuck my life, really? Are we back? According to this, we're online. We're going fine. Jurgen, how you doing? Are we back or are we still... Alright. Yeah, I sadly had to stream differently today. So I do apologize if the stream is shitting at the bed. I've never used Restream before for anything because I've never had to. But today is a fuck up. My Twitch relay server will not connect to Twitch. So I was sadly forced to use Restream, which seems to be working well. But yeah, I genuinely don't know what the fuck to do. Hopefully soon we'll be back to using the Twitch relay server rather than having to worry about this. But yeah, just stick with me, I promise. I emailed them. Hopefully they get that fixed soon. Fucking hopefully.
Loved about the Legion pre-patch invasions. And then the big thing, if you do anything in this patch, you get Northrend's Vengeance rep. If you do the raid, if you do dungeons, you'll get rep for these guys. So this basically just makes it a cool new way of doing all of that stuff. That gives people loads of options, loads of mogs, and can finally use the countless unused recolors that are already in the game, just waiting to be earned.
All right. Player power.
This patch takes a radically different approach to player power by reintroducing justice points to the game, extending valor points over to raiding, and bringing back class tier sets. For Mythic Plus players, things will operate as they have. Just the justice points are used to upgrade your Mythic Plus gear to the item level equivalent of around a normal raid. Yeah. Valor points, those are for Mythic Plus upgrade.
This is where I would again come in and say, well, no. Mythic Plus gear should go to its own item level, and any gear that isn't acquired through Mythic Plus should be lower than Mythic Plus gear when you enter into Mythic Plus. Make gear for where the fuck you get it from. If I'm a Mythic Plus player, I should be able to do all my Mythic Plus only using Mythic Plus gear. If I'm a raider, I should be able to do all my raids only using raiding gear. Stop this bullshit of gear being, like, you can get gear, your best in slots can come from Mythic Plus for raiding. What the hell is that? Why? If I'm a raider, I shouldn't be forced to do Mythic Plus. As an ex-raider, as someone who used to raid at a very high level, I was a Mythic raider, I hate Mythic Plus. Even back when it was introduced in Legion, I despised it as a system. I'm not really interested in 5-man content. I've always been more drawn to larger types of content. I've enjoyed 10-man raiding. I even enjoyed 20-man raiding. It's what I want to do. I fucking loathe Mythic Plus. Why am I forced to do Mythic Plus? Just let me fucking raid. Let me get the gear that I'm gonna use for my raiding from the fucking content that I like doing. And let people who don't like raiding do the content that they want to do with the gear that they care about. Different gear for PvP, different gear for Mythic Plus, and different gear for raiding. Done. That way, again, people can choose how they wish to play the game. If I want to raid and Mythic Plus, I can do that. But if I don't have to. The current system forces people to do weird shit. Like you have PvPers that's forced to raid because some of the best trinkets will drop from raids. Or you have raiders forced to PvP because there's a trinket there that will actually be better than any trinket that they can get from the raid. What is that? That is useless game design. It's just unnecessary bloat.
Beyond that point. For raiders then, a 2-set of tier gear can be purchased with VP, as has been done in the past, as well as a selection of gear with item levels between normal and heroic. Maybe even you could say a few pieces of heroic gear, but they'd be quite expensive. Just something like that to give people those more clear goals to work towards. You can then work in Valor points into a daily reward from other forms of content. The Great Vault will then be upgraded to provide Valor points, the cap for VP will be increased, and you will earn double Valor points.
Remove the Great Vault. The Great Vault should not exist. Remove the Great Vault and instead take your Valor points and your Justice points, or whatever the fuck you want to call them, right? And allow people to buy the gear that they can't get. So you introduce a vendor that whenever you've done a Mythic Plus at, say, plus 15, that vendor now has the gear that is inside that Mythic Plus for X amount of Valor points, or X amount of Justice points, or X amount of Conquest points, whatever the fuck you currency you want to build into it. So effectively, what happens is, if I don't get the item to drop from my Mythic Plus runs, it's still not a waste, because I'm getting the currency that will eventually allow me to buy the item straight from the vendor. And I've unlocked the gear from that Mythic Plus by doing the Mythic Plus. So within a couple of months, everyone will be fully geared. No fucking problems. The vault makes it so that it becomes a chore. You must do X amount of raids every single week, and you must do X amount of Mythic Plus every single week, and you must do X amount of PvP every single week to optimize your vault. A game should not be a chore. It should be played for fun. I should be able to get stuff when I need it, when I want it, without too much bad luck. You also don't want to give shit away. Obviously, it's still a game. Gear is still important. So by giving it a currency cost, it means that you're still going to have to do a little bit of a grind in order to get the item that you actually want. But it's not the vault. Fuck this vault.
On your alt, if your main has capped for the week. Just stealing that from Miss Pandaria. Legendary crafting materials can be purchased for Justice points, by the way. That does greatly increase the accessibility of that system, which will need to happen because in this patch, 2 legendaries will be equipable at the same time by a character. Justice points then come from just anything that's grouped PvE. Simple. Conduit upgrades, those can be targeted to the specific conduit you want. The high item level ones can be done with Valor points and Conquest points. Catch-up upgrades with Honor and JP. Nice and simple.
Remove conduits, for the love of
fuck. This patch adds in tier.
Conduits is the most boring system Blizzard have ever introduced into the game. The vast majority of conduits are completely useless. They don't do anything. A lot of them are completely, once again, passive bullshit. The soul binds themselves give fuck all. Like, some of them increase the amount of mats that you can get when you kill someone. Like, what the fuck is that? I don't care about this shit. Just get it out of the game. Your soulbind is on a break. They decided not to borrow their power anymore. You have to fucking do it yourself. And just retire this bullshit system. Because the vast majority of it is completely useless. The other option would be to rework it entirely to make it as interesting as the Legion artifact weapons used to be. But considering the fact that none of the things in this video Blizzard will have time to actually implement, let's not give them more things that they're going to have to fucking implement into 9.2 to actually make it a good patch. Let's just remove the conduit system and the soulbind system from the game.
Gear with class sets, bonuses. Nothing else is needed. Your set is your set. No upgrades, no funny business. Nothing like corruptions or domination shards. Nice and simple and easier to execute. Soulbinds will not be expanded upon further here. Covenant Renown track stuff. I mean, just have it be finished, whatever.
The only reason, Captain Swanky, why I call Legion artifacts interesting is because the actual traits on the artifact were interesting. Some artifacts had some really cool traits and active traits on them. Like, for example, the Affliction Warlock with the souls. That was an incredibly fun way of playing, right? Because it changed the way that you as an Affliction Warlock played your game. So that is what made them cool, right? Yes, there should have been choice, and yes, the Legion artifact weapon system had incredible downfalls that should not have existed. That it should have been a choice, so you should have lost things and gained things. But it was more interesting than the fucking Renown system and the Soulbind system, by a mile.
Let design simplicity buy us more content, because that is what players love. Dungeons and PvP. Look, I'll keep this one real brief. If possible, a mega dungeon would, of course, be great. If possible, a regular dungeon would be great. Hell, even refitting the Wrath of the Lich King ICC dungeons, you know, retooling those with Mossworn enemies and adding them to Mythic Plus.
Could be cool.
That could be a really smart way to get new content, right?
Yeah.
That's just a few ideas. For PvP then, it depends on resources. I would advocate for a PvP hub located within the Argent Tournament, with an area for dueling and a Gurubashi Arena-style event. It would also be awesome if we could have a new battleground in Northrend. You could even theme it around a friendly wargame to train...
Bring back Winter Spring, like proper. That'd be cool.
In our troops, maybe you could even put some Mossworn enemies in there and have a little bit of PvPvE if you wanted to really spice it up. That's PvP. And mostly that's the patch, because we don't have that much time left in the video, and I want to talk about patch 9.2.5, Homecoming.
Winter Grasp, yeah. Bring that back, that would be cool. But I'm talking about the PvP and the raid. So bring Wintergrass back as what it used to be, right? That'd be a really cool thing, because I remember doing that. Even as someone who doesn't PvP, I would do the PvP battle just so that we could get the raid, because the raid was fun as fuck. So I would sign up just so that I could get to that raid. So it gave me something to work towards, and it was actually quite fun.
Homecoming, that is the name of our epilogue patch, and it's the final part of really the puzzle that I've wanted to build here. Because I think an epilogue is extremely important, and I think we simply cannot do a patch 8.3 again, and just be like, bam, he's dead, 70 gold, away you go, done.
No.
Throw it on a book. You can't do that. Okay. Shadowlands narrative in the epilogue. We close the veil between worlds for good. The next time Thrall sees Draka, it's because Thrall will be dead. The setting simply cannot have free and easy travel to the afterlife persist. So there's big character send-offs. tearful departures, mining all of the emotional depth that we can as son has to leave father.
Okay.
We aid then the Eternals in the reformation of the Shadowlands. For while Zoval was an irredeemable dickhead, well, it has to be that he had a few decent points to make. And with that done, it's time to go home. If Sylvanas is still alive, both factions will have her stand trial together, and in-game we will work out what to do with her. Then the Alliance storyline will center on Anduin's return, and the political intrigue that follows.
Okay.
Some people will see him tarnished. The House of Nobles prefers Turalyon, while Shaw and Gen prefer Anduin. Even think about the patch 2.5 Ul'dah content in Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn, as an example. Concerns over the Holy Light are there, and if you've seen our videos, you know why people should be concerned about the light, and that can help to directly tease our next expansion. Now, speaking of that light, the Horde storyline refocuses really on them finding themselves again as the Horde, and also how they respond to troubled murmurings out of Stormwind. Maybe even Matthias Shaw leaks to them. For world content then, I would try to get a series of simple reps in Northrend, something like that, something centered around restoring the continent. These could even be simple things like chopping down some trees, grabbing some ore and a few rocks to help rebuild a base. And ideally, you'd maybe use some phasing there to reflect the restoration of these areas. And Zadorn could even help us out with phasing there. Then the more new rewards there, the better. But again, if not, there are countless Wrath of the Lich King recolors that are sitting just completely unused in the game files, and those could be used too. That's patch 9.2.5 Homecoming. I do have a final thing. I'm going to level with you. I kind of left Sylvanas out here. Whoops. It wasn't really because I tried to. It's just when I wrote what I thought would resonate with the broadest catchment of WoW players, Sylvanas didn't have a massive part to play. Now, she can fit into all of this in many different ways. She could feature in the Zereth Mortis intro, essentially acting as our informant. We can have her make maybe a decent case that while Zoval is...
The problem is Blizzard fucked the Sylvanas storyline so hard that it's going to need to be a couple of expansions before Blizzard even does anything with Sylvanas again. She is nuclear at the minute.
Is evil and must be stopped, that he did actually have a few decent points to make that we really should think about. Now this, this will be important to the...
I'm a Sylvanas fanboy, and I don't want to see Sylvanas. I am an actual fanboy of Sylvanas. I love Sylvanas. I have been a fan of Sylvanas for the longest fucking time, and I genuinely can't be asked to see Sylvanas at all. Like, I can't be asked. Like, if they brought back Sylvanas, if they did another cinematic with Sylvanas, I would literally just be like, no thanks. No thanks. You have fucked this champion so hard. Give her time, for the love of fuck. Let us heal from this shit.
The expansion's resolution, how we deal with Sylvanas, so she has to be treated right. Another natural place to put her could be the Anduin raid encounter. Have her somehow follow us and try to undo the mistake that she made. That would show some character development for her, which could be neat, and it could be a victory for the true Anduin.
No, Balula. In order to get character development from Sylvanas, we first need to have someone explain the character development that we fucking got for Sylvanas. This lady went from being anti everything that Arthur stood for to basically doing to Anduin what Arthur did to her in the blink of a fucking eye. It happened so fast, I still have whiplash. Like, the story turned so quickly. I have to go see a doctor for my neck pain. No. Before we can even fucking get to some character progression for Sylvanas, the character progression needs to be explained up to this point. So, no. How about we don't do any character progression right now?
As a final parallel, perhaps she could succumb to the very same magic that she used to defeat Bolvar. If we're trying to keep Sylvanas around, then honestly, I just think we have to have her maybe go into her own self-imposed exile or something. And if she dies, then I think we'll meet her again in the epilogue patch and learn of some new role or what's happening with her in the Shadowlands. But anyway, after this, it'll be a long time before we see her again. Because as much as some people love Sylvanas, and I know they do, I think we can all agree that having Sylvanas drive multiple World of Warcraft expansions in a row could get a bit samey and wouldn't be good.
Yes.
Okay, what do you think? This is basically my plan. It would be to go back to basics with systems, to try to innovate on reward.
Alright, all in all, I'll give this video a like. Why not? I think it's decent. I like some of the ideas. I have my disagreements, obviously. Like you always must have. No one's ever going to be able to come up with a perfect plan for anything. And specifically, no one's ever going to be able to come up with a plan that everyone likes. So I have no hate with the things that I disagree with Balila here, because it is extremely subjective. I like the fact that he went through the trouble of trying to make this video, because you have to think of it from the perspective. He didn't have to make this video, right? He's doing it in part, yes, to make money, because that's what YouTube is. It is a business, right? But also to try and help tell a better story, to try and save World of Warcraft. And that right now is something that WoW needs. So personally, don't have a problem with the things that he suggested. I would take it a different direction, obviously, like I said. But for the most part, I think this is fine. I can't see anything too wrong with this. Let's put it that way. What do you guys think? Let me just turn up the music a little. There we go. I know some of you have incredibly strong feelings on this. I'm well aware of that. Everyone seems to have very strong feelings. Smoking crack? Why? Being banished by their own Azerothian citizen. That will be much more betrayal and much to and from them. I think Balila has the spirit of the game in mind. I think if we got this, I wouldn't complain about what I didn't like in it. I mean, at the end of the day, if we got the entire expansion that Balila, or the patch that Balila thought up, sure, some people will dislike some parts of it, but let's be real. Most of us would be very happy. You can't tell me that the vast majority of us wouldn't be very happy to get this. At the end of the day, I think if there's one thing that's clear to me, Demonius, that's true. It is very much relying on nostalgia, but I think that's what Blizzard needs right now. The current state of World of Warcraft is such that without nostalgia, if you're not using nostalgia as the hook to get players back into the game, I don't think you can actually bring players back into the game. I think the current state of World of Warcraft is such that you need to play on the love that people used to have for the game in order to get people back into the game. Now, to be clear, if there's one thing that stood out to me, just reading chat throughout watching the Balila video, but also just in having these conversations with you guys every single day of the week almost on Twitch, there's one thing that stands out to me more than anything else. The player base desperately wants Blizzard to give us something. It doesn't have to be exactly what we asked for, but we just want something more than what we've gotten up until now. Currently, it seems to me, it feels to me as a player, but also listening to what many people say, it feels like Blizzard relies on very simplistic and lazy game design, doing as little as possible, trying to optimize their income as much as possible, right? Coming out with a new expansion or a new patch, and then that new patch is Korthia. Whenever people saw Korthia for the first time, the vast majority of people looked at this and said, that's it? we waited 9 months for this. The City of Secrets is no more than a fucking taint. And it's not even a lot. It's not even like a marquee taint. It's like a small 2-man little camping taint. How did we wait 9 months for this? I think what most people want right now is actually some gameplay. Something to sink our teeth into. I want to be able to log into World of Warcraft and feel overwhelmed by the sheer amount of stuff that there is to do in the game. That's what I'm after. Sure, I realize that you're going to do things that I'm not necessarily going to like. And I recognize that there's going to be times... But a good example of this would be the introduction of... what was it called again? In BFA... Oh, my fuck names, bro. The Goblin Island and Azara's island. What were they called again? The 2 land masses that we got. Completely fucking gone now. Anyways, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Nazjatar, that's the one. Nazjatar and Mechagon. There we go. With Nazjatar and Mechagon, what I got was an incredible amount of content, right? Two areas that kept me busy for quite a while. Every single day running around, it was really cool, it was really fun. And whilst the majority of the expansion felt relatively empty, those 2 zones made up for it. Those 2 zones were perfect. And I think that's what most people want from the game, is to once again feel like they're part of something bigger. To log in and feel overwhelmed with the amount of the sheer content that is in the game. It doesn't all have to be good, right? It doesn't all have to be good. Let's be honest. Not everything is always going to resonate with all players. That's the point of a video game. It's very subjective. Some people will like some things, other people will like other things. And some people are going to hate things, no matter what you do. We've all seen the negative Nellies that just hate on Blizzard for whatever. No matter what they do, they're going to hate on it. But at the end of the day, if you give me something to play, I'll play it. That's it. Just give me something to play. Don't give me Korthia, where the entire gameplay loop of Korthia is running around killing rares, because there's literally nothing else to do in the game. There's no other reason to log in, because Korthia has almost nothing. It's literally just running in a circle, killing as many rares as you can and collecting the treasures. I'm sorry, no. If I'm going to wait 9 months for a patch, I need more than just that, right? I need far more than just that. And I don't think I speak just for myself. I do think I speak for everyone here when I say what I and most other players desperately want from Blizzard is to see some kind of passion back in their game design. It feels like right now I get a game that's designed simply so that there is a game. That's what it feels like. It feels like the developers go into the office every single day and go, okay, well, we need to release something, so let's just fucking put a bunch of stuff together. It feels like a half-assed effort. I want to log in and once again feel like this is what you went in every single day and you made this because you love it. Because this is what you want to play. I want more of that. More of that gameplay. More of that design. Take your time. Get it to us when it's ready. Now, when we talk about when 9.2 is coming out, there's a balancing act that sadly none of us can know until it's too late. You either rush 9.2 because you know players won't be sticking around for longer than a couple of months to get 9.2. If you rush 9.2, it runs the risk of failing. And then you have to ask yourself, if 9.2 fails, will people actually be back for 10.0? And the answer to that could either be yes or no. Who knows, right? Who knows if players will actually come back if 9.2 is a failure as well. Or you take the much riskier option. I do believe it is riskier. But you say, we're going to take our time with 9.2. We're going to make sure that 9.2 is the best patch we've ever made in our entire lives. And yes, that means players will sadly have to wait another 6, 7, 8 months for the patch. But when this patch hits, people will be treated to one of the best gameplay experiences they've ever had in their lives. If you do that, you might actually win favor. And you'll end Shadowlands on a high note. And I wonder if that's not maybe more important. Yes, you started poorly, but you finished strong. Rather than you started poorly, you finished poorly, and now you're trying to win us back with 10.0. Because there is a world in which players say, nah, not coming back for 10.0. You had the whole of the Shadowlands, the whole of BFA. You could not convince me that you know what the fuck you're doing. I'd rather just not buy 10.0. It's possible, right? It is entirely possible that some players will do that. Maybe not all, but some. And the question becomes, how many more players can you actually lose before you've lost too many? I don't think 9.2 and 9.3 will be a mega patch, considering that would still be the same amount of time required to actually release the patch. And I have it on good authority from some of my sources inside Blizzard that Blizzard have effectively given up on Shadowlands. They're now hardcore designing 10.0. So everything I'm saying here, I basically know isn't going to happen, but I am still hypothetically asking the question, if 9.2 is another failure, is WoW still strong enough to survive until 10.0? And when I say survive, I mean, can it thrive with 10.0? Or is 9.2 the point where a lot of players say, well, okay, fuck that. You've had me. You've taken me for another ride. I'm not coming back. That's it. Off to go play other games. Thank you very much. Really appreciate this. I'm done now. Right? I don't know. I can't really answer that. I can only tell you what I think. Yeah. I would like to know from you. What do you guys think? Is it possible for World of Warcraft to fail 9.2 and still come back for 10.0? Or do you think 9.2 is just as important as 10.0? Just quickly going to the bathroom. Give me 2 seconds. I'll read what you guys have to say now. I'm back. 9.2 needs to be scrapped unless it's going to take the time Balila proposed. Same, I'm referring to 10.0. I just as soon forget Shadowlands completely. How many people would prefer if Blizzard just didn't even do 9.2. If Blizzard just decided, fuck this expansion, let's go into 10.0. You do realize that's going to be a long wait then, right? It's going to be about a year, maybe a year and a half of Corthia. Said they already did, but they are doing 9.2 anyway. Winter Nightly, what I'm asking here is how many people would go, fuck 9.2, just leave 9.2, let's go straight. So they basically decide cancel 9.2 as well. I think that could be catastrophic. My opinion on it, that would be catastrophic, because I don't think people would play for a year and a half Corthia. I think that would be a massive spit in the face of every player that ended up paying money for this expansion. Because make no mistake, we did pay $60 for this expansion, right? When I pay $60, I do expect to get my money's worth, yeah? Ending type of thing first, but that's me. Carlo, I prefer that too. I think it needs it, at least. Even if it is just something similar to Warlords of Draenor, right? Where Blizzard brought out a really cool patch right at the end of Warlords of Draenor that basically kept people busy until Legion launched. Sorry, Eugene, how you doing, bro? Blizzard will never make their game free. Shima, Blizzard will never do that. This company cares way too much about money to ever make their game free. Ever, ever, fucking ever. World of Warcraft will go free to play when there's just no longer enough people to actually play the game. That's when World of Warcraft will go free to play. Not before that. Mr. Tame. Sorry about that. You guys, links, you can't post links unless you're a sub of the channel. Getting my dollars now, so either way, I'm okay. I wonder how many of you guys are still, I always ask this because I really fucking love doing it. Mr. Tame, don't worry about it. The bot is fucking useless. If you put a full stop, say in the middle of two words and forget one of the spaces, the bot goes, wait a second, how the fuck does this guy dare? And then it blocks you. So I had to unban you because the fucking bot is useless. But you have to have the bot on some level. So yeah. All right, I'll do a poll. All right, poll has started. You guys are welcome to vote in it. I do these polls because I love seeing where my community falls on things. I love hearing what my community thinks. Yuka Bazooka, that's a difficult question. One that we sort of spoke about during the poll should be at the top of chat. Anticipated. When is a game actually considered dead? Right. That is a big question. That's a huge question. When do you consider an MMO to be dead? That's actually something the chat can answer. When will you consider World of Warcraft dead? When it gets shut down? Quintual, the question is more how many people stop playing, right? Because the thing for me always is, and why I always refrain from calling World of Warcraft dead, or any game really dead, is there are games that have 200,000 players, which is very little, but they're still thriving. You know, they still do well. The company still makes money off of it. So the question is, when do you consider an MMO dead? Well, the problem with that, Dzak, is ESO went free to play, and it's larger than it's ever been, right? ESO is more alive and healthy now than it was when it had a sub. You know, so at the end of the day, what constitutes a dead game? I think, personally, this is my personal opinion, and I realize this will be groundbreaking. A game dies whenever the developer decides to stop releasing new content. So when the developer finally pushes the game into maintenance mode, where it basically no longer updates anything, it no longer brings out new content, that is when I would consider a game dead. While it may still have players, and yes, some people may still pay, shop items and shit like that, the game itself is no longer receiving updates. The world itself is no longer really persistent and ever changing. So that would be when it's dead. Hearts is a good example of a game that I consider to be dead. Blizzard have, for the most part, given up on Heroes of the Storm. They still bring out here and there, but for the most part, it is just, you know, sort of in maintenance mode. Yes, ESO is free to play. I'm still here talking about it, so obviously I want to see it come back. I would... Look, if anyone is doubting my love for World of Warcraft, why do you think I still log on every day and talk about WoW? And before you go back on, clearly you just care about money. Not true. My streams do well whether I talk about WoW or not. YouTube is a different story, right? YouTube is WoW first, WoW only. That's what, at least my main channel. My Clips channel, I can talk about just whatever the fuck I want, and I make money on there. But on my Twitch streams, I can talk about anything and people will watch. People will come hang out, right? We oftentimes have more viewers when we just talk about sex than what we do when we talk about WoW. So I'm talking about WoW because I genuinely want it to be better. I genuinely want it to get fixed. Not because I care about the money, because I can make money off of anything. I talk about, I want WoW to be better because I want to play WoW. I want that feeling back of waking up in the morning and going, fuck, I can't wait to play WoW. I miss that feeling. To destroy the WoW universe and start over with a fresh and new MMO experience. Also keep classic servers for every expansion. WoW is not dead, WoW is life. The Starhammer, I don't think Blizzard would... I don't think Blizzard should do every classic server or every expansion as a classic server. It would dilute the player base of the classic servers to the point where there wouldn't be enough people on any server to really play the game. Yeah, I think most of us still... I mean, the fact that most of you are here, right, suggests that you're here because you still care. I'll play a new expansion. It's hard to let go. Misfits, I'm the same. I'll probably play every single expansion, but I will now be very careful to suggest to my audience that they should play WoW, right? Because I've been burnt twice now by Blizzard not listening to us in the beta, even though the beta could have been great, or the game could have been great if they just listened to the player base during the beta. And every single time they've shown that they don't give a fuck.
That's terrible. Have a dumpling.
Hopium 100 bits.
Anticipated, really appreciate that. And yeah, I am still... There's actually now a Hopium emote. I don't know if you guys have seen the Hopium emote, but it's been requested. So we've actually made it. Big thanks to Ferorius for the Hopium emote. Not sure. There you go. The new Hopium emote. For those of you that is interesting or interested in shit like that. I think for WoW to improve story game world, they need someone like Mixon, who is a huge D&D nerd, who was on the world builder. He's a grown child and his imagination is on par. I miss him, to be honest, Satch. Quinch, could not agree more. Absolutely agree with everything you just said there. World of Warcraft currently misses an actual world builder. They don't seem to understand what world building is all about. Wild Boy, how you doing, bro? They don't seem to understand what world building is supposed to be and why world building is important for a video game. Nico, which video is that? Captain Grimm, what video is that? Is it the WoW players experience Final Fantasy one? Is my Twitch? You seem to cut out every now and then. I have no idea. Anticipated? No, I don't think I've watched that. Henry Cavill, creative director or something? I don't think Henry Cavill would be a good director. The thing is, being a game director is difficult, right? And I don't think anyone can do it. I don't think I would be able to do it. I don't think Balila would be able to do it. I don't even think Asmongold would be able to do it. Being a game director is more than just... it's more than just caring about the game, right? It's way more than just caring about the game. You have to understand the inner workings of the game as well, which I definitely don't understand the inner workings of game design. And you can't just be an idea guy. That's not how it works, right? Yeah. Georgie, I will be playing Balila's game when it launches. You would be a good voice actor, I agree with that. Alright, let's see. Captain Grimm's new video. WoW players in Final Fantasy.
Now, pair, let's not be too hasty. We see you've cancelled your subscription, but be sure that we're adding a new 6-month subscription award, and we're listening to some of that feedback you gave us years ago when we initially said we'd listen. They're listening. You're just toxic if you don't come back. Welcome to therapy, friend.
Oh, there we go.
Welcome, friends. It was horrible. I couldn't take it anymore. My favorite game has turned to shit. Oh, it's that bad, huh?
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Stay strong.
Look at them. I don't understand. This is revolting. Who would ever play this game? It's filled with these vile furries with their damn cat ears and skimpy outfits and whatever these are. That's a hard no from me. These disturbing fetishes are far below. I'll stick to WoW. Thank you very much. Come on, boys. Let's get out of here. It's time for our hourly ERP session. Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I don't care right now. Hello?
Look at me. Look at me.
Stop, I didn't do anything.
Don't lie to me, you little twerp. I know you skipped that cutscene. Don't let me ever catch you doing that shit again. If you pay attention, you just might like it. Also, your stole is the best wife, and don't let me hear you say otherwise. Understood?
Yes, of course. I'm sorry.
Good. Also, be sure to check out the Hildebrand questline. It's pretty silly, and I think you like it.
Oh my god, the amount of people that have fucking told me to check out that quest line. Real.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Looks like I finally hit the end game.
Oh, that's a wipe. Guess this is where we disband. Oh well, see you guys. Oh right, you all suck and uninstall the game and all of that, you know, the usual.
Oh, what do you mean, man? We just go again.
No, idiot, I didn't pull the back. I was... Wait, what?
Yeah, we don't have to disband. Just try again, right?
I didn't think that this is a thing. I'm just so used to everyone leaving after each wipe. Aren't you just afraid of wasting your time with this failure of a group?
Then we waste our time together.
Oh my god, that's so real, bro. I've even had groups like that in Final Fantasy where you know you're wasting your time. This is such a bad group, but you just help. Like, you just help. You just keep giving advice and saying, no, but dude, try this way, try that way. And eventually, hopefully, it fixes itself. So fucking real.
Wow. You asshole. You come crawling back as soon as we implement, solo island expeditions and 5 new hair colors. Maybe some painting reworks. Yeah. Want some?
Hey, when this video goes live, I'll be streaming.
Oh my god, lol. Oh, that is so sad, but so fucking true, though. So sad, but so true. It's... How did we get here, though? Like, how did we get to a place where Final Fantasy players are now making fun of WoW players, dude? I remember when, as a WoW player, we would look down on the Final Fantasy players. These were the people who didn't know what a good MMO looked like. You know? We were sort of always... We viewed ourselves as better than the Final Fantasy players because we were playing the MMO and everyone else was just sort of playing pretend. And now there's fucking memes about WoW players, dude. Didn't waste our time together, quote, hit hard when I first watched that. It's so real, though. Because I've had that in Final Fantasy, where I told the story before, but when I just started playing Final Fantasy, I was sort of still fairly new, but I already figured out a couple of things. I went into a dungeon with my summoner, and the tank was there for the very first time. It was his first dungeon, tanking. And he didn't know about his enmity. Right? He didn't know that enmity was a thing, and that you had to pop that in order to be a tank. It took us probably 25 minutes, because we kept typing to the dude, hey, turn on your enmity, we're getting fucking wrecked, because we keep pulling threat off of him. And he would just not respond to chat at all. No one left, no one fucking raged, no one rage quit. We just kept asking him, and then eventually we said, wait, let him pull, let him die, because hopefully then he pays attention to chat. He pulled, he died, and then he came back and he was like, hey, what's up? And we're like, okay, dude, turn on your enmity, please. He didn't know what the fuck that was. So I had to look up his class to see what his enmity is called, so he could turn that on. And then I taught him how to do his AoE rotation as a paladin so that he could actually keep threat on the mobs. We did that and we finished the dungeon perfectly. And that guy probably now knows how to do it since that's what we did. No one got angry. Not a single person swore at the guy, told the guy he's a fucking moron that just should uninstall the game. No one. Everyone was happy to help the guy as much as possible. Not get kicked if I made a mistake, but I actually got pointers and advice from the other players instead of getting cussed. Exactly. You did it internally? Funnily enough, I didn't, Grandorius. I thought I would, because I'm actually, and I'll be honest about this, I'm actually one of those toxic players in World of Warcraft. I am a toxic player. I'm one of those people that get truly annoyed at people failing, and I will rage at people failing. But there's something different about Final Fantasy. The fact that there's no frustration when I'm playing the game, I don't feel frustrated. I don't feel bored or as if I'm wasting my time. I genuinely didn't get angry at the guy. I genuinely, at no point did I feel like, wait, I want to tell this guy, go fuck yourself. I wanted to help him so that he would have fun. That was all I kept thinking to myself. Let me help this guy so that he can have fun. Mr. Tame, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's actually that dungeon that inspired my video about why negativity in World of Warcraft is so bad. If you haven't watched that yet, it's on my Skeptic Orc channel. Where I went into why negativity is so bad in World of Warcraft. And I believe one of the main reasons for the negativity is the frustration. People feel disrespected and frustrated, and they take it out on each other. People inherently know that something is wrong, and that frustrates them. And that frustration is what leads to people calling each other names and telling each other to go kill themselves. It's not because the community is toxic. The game fosters that toxic feedback loop. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't toxic people in Final Fantasy, because there are. I have met some toxic players in Final Fantasy, but it's nowhere near the level of WoW. And also, the toxicity in Final Fantasy is rarely as over the top as it is in WoW. Bamboozer, how you doing, bro? Oh, just talking about, we just watched the not a cinematic, a machinima from Captain Grimm. Econolism or something. Oh, I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. I don't know. I don't know what the fix is for WoW at this point. Other than 10.0 needing to hit it out of the park. I think that's one thing we can all agree on, right? Kenny, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 10.0 has to be so fucking good. I get anxious when I think at how much pressure Blizzard staff is under. Because I don't put it past someone like Bobby Kotick to just cancel WoW if the player base drops enough. Did that to themselves too? Yeah, they did do it to themselves, but you still have to think, you have to bring out an expansion that blows the socks off of everyone, and yet you're also afraid of your job. You're also afraid that you might lose your job as a result of that. Because right now, I genuinely believe that Ian might be under the most pressure he's ever been under in his entire life. Because it's a miracle that Ian is still actually employed at Blizzard Entertainment. It's a miracle. I would be fucking surprised if Ian gets another expansion. Like, if the next expansion fails, I think Ian is gone. So, having to design a game under those circumstances, and more importantly, and this is what I think is actually more scary, you're currently a developer on a game where you are quite literally one of the most hated people in the gaming industry. The developers at World of Warcraft, they are not liked by their player base. The vast majority of players really can't stand the developers that work on World of Warcraft. How do you make a game in those under those circumstances? But also, like, farming and collecting stuff, that helps. But, you know, that's perfectly fine. Everyone likes different things. But I don't think it's a stretch to say that the majority of people don't like WoW, as things are at the moment. There are still people that love it, but from most people that I speak to that do still like the game, it's people who don't really play the game, like the new stuff in the game. The people that I actually, like most of the people that I speak to that still love the game, they'll be out collecting mounts, collecting transmogs, you know, doing things that really doesn't have much to do with, like, modern WoW, you know? Yuka, I don't think you're alone on that. I do not think you're alone. I think a lot of us, I mean, most of us here grew up with WoW, right? We grew up playing WoW. We grew up basically loving WoW. So yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow. Some of them make themselves hated by virtue signaling on Twitter, etc., pushing agenda rather than doing their damn job, making a fun game. Crash the full true. I'm not, by the way, saying that the developers are hated by the player base and it's the player's fault. Not at all. The developers are currently hated by the player base because of the developers. It is 100% their fault that the game is in the state that it's in and that the community is in the state that it's in. We as the players take no responsibility for that. I refuse to accept any responsibility for that. I am not the one who started this battle. I am not the one who started this war. It is as simple as that, really. Are all my IRL friends now? We are a family and WoW brought us together. I'll be here until the very end. But you do know that you and your friends can play other games as well, right? Like, you can play other games as well. I mean, look at Asmund and many other players, which are toxic in WoW and are behaving normal in Final Fantasy. The thing with... I hate when people say that Asmongold is toxic in WoW, because he really isn't. If calling out the developers for the bullshit that they pull is toxic, then we've completely lost the plot. I mean, how is that even... Like, how is... calling out developers for obvious things that they do wrong, how is that toxic? Because that's what people claim is toxic about Asmongold. Basically, the vast majority of people right now who blame or call people toxic. I, for example, get called toxic all the time as well. I get toxic because I criticize the game. Now, if that makes me toxic, then fucking so be it. then so be it. Then I am toxic. Because I will not stop. I will not stop criticizing a game that I love and that I see going down the wrong fucking path. And Elodie, even so. Has Asmongold had moments where he reacted or acted very toxic towards certain players in the game? Yes. But everyone has. Everyone has. There's not a single player in the world that can claim that they've never been toxic, or at least a little toxic, right? It's human. It's human nature. But to say that he is toxic, I think that's a stretch. Shadix, I don't agree with that. If you actually watch Asmongold's content, Asmongold never just criticizes. He always criticizes and then gives reasons for why he is criticizing. So in the same vein as, like, that is still constructive criticism. Asmongold doesn't just go, yeah, game is shit, developers are shit, fuck them. Almost never. Whenever he says the game is shit, he has reasons for why he says that, and he states his reasons very precisely and very concisely. And also, his community, people read articles from places like Wowhead and places like fucking the media about Asmongold, and then they believe that those outlets are not lying. The vast majority of those outlets are lying through their teeth about Asmongold. I have personally seen articles written about Asmongold where the entire clip of Asmongold is taken out of context. Like, they base their entire article on a clip that was completely out of context. He said something completely different to what the clip shows, but then they highlight that this is what he said, which isn't true. As someone on a dead server, my guild and I are planning to change to a big server. At least this news gives me hope. I just hope this doesn't take too long. What news is this? Bulk character transfer. Oh, right. I mean, Kenny, I would say right now, most servers are quite underpopulated. And I think people also need to understand being a streamer isn't... it's quite hard being a streamer. And I don't mean to say that it's a hard job. But you have to understand that every single thought that I have, right? Every single thought that I have is broadcasted as soon as I have the thought, right? Because as a streamer, you say what you think. You don't think, right? You just say whatever you think. You have to say whatever comes to mind because that's your job. You're being paid by your audience to entertain them. So every thought that you have is live. It's unfiltered. It's unedited. It's very difficult, especially when sometimes you'll have a thought, but not necessarily exactly know how to express said thought. That can be really, really fucking difficult. Because I've done this before, where I'll say something, and then after the stream, I'll go, fuck, I should have said it that way. That was the wrong way to say it. What did you do? That's not even what you meant. The way you described it, the way you explained it, that's not what you meant, but that's how it came across, because in the moment, that was sort of the best that you could do. So, yeah, of course, streamers are sometimes going to be hyperbolic, and we're going to say things that is slightly hyperbolic. And I feel like a lot of times, people don't cut streamers any slack. Streamers are treated similar to celebrities. And I don't mean in terms of the fame that they get. I mean in terms of celebrities have actual marketing departments behind them, PR departments, that vet every single thing that they say, right? To ensure that they say only the right things. Streamers don't have that, right? As a streamer, I don't have a PR department that I can run my thoughts past. I say whatever I think, I tweet whatever I think, and sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't. That's just life. So yeah, you missed my point though. I meant to say some people act very differently in Final Fantasy and WoW. So the community being shit and toxic has probably something to do with the game itself. And Dave's, oh yeah, on that point, Elodie, I do absolutely agree with you. On that point, I absolutely agree with you. The fact that you have people like Asmongold, who in Final Fantasy, there's not a shred of toxicity in Final Fantasy with Asmongold, should show you that the problem most likely isn't the person, but the game. Yeah, I also think a lot of people base their opinions on Asmongold from earlier years. Because there was a time where Asmongold was a lot my I'm lucky that my most toxic years weren't on the internet. If I started streaming at the age of 20, 21, if I had the internet to stream back then, I would have been considered one of the most toxic people in the video game industry, most likely. I didn't have the internet then, right? So when you're young, you're obviously going to be more toxic and more sort of brazen. And I do think that Asmongold gets judged quite a lot on what he did when he was younger. But I don't think it still applies today. Snobby, how you doing? After a couple of days, it turned into world's most watched love story. Agree. Add-ons need to go, but that's just me. I think add-ons is one of the biggest problems in WoW. We've had this discussion before, right? Did you take care of yourself, bro? We've had this discussion before. I think add-ons ruin World of Warcraft. I think too many add-ons basically play your game for you, which leads to some very toxic game design, especially with raids. A lot of the raids have so many really silly mechanics just to try and counteract the effect that add-ons have on the game. I just think add-ons is horrible for the game. Add-ons should be removed. All of them. Your boss mods, your DPS meters, they should all be removed from the game. And I'm not saying the DPS meter shouldn't still be in the game. You could still have DPS meters, but they should be similar to what you have with Final Fantasy, where you can't link your DPS meters in the game. You can't call other players out with using your DPS meter. If you and your guild want to have a DPS meter and you want to be able to see your DPS and you want to use the DPS meter only for yourself to see if you're getting better, then hey, by all means use it, no problem. But you can't use your DPS meter to call out other players. Cookie, how you doing? I would say you are obviously correct, right? There's a ton of add-ons out there that's just fun and they don't really do anything. Take, for example, the add-ons that allow you to change your UI, right? they're just fun. There's nothing really wrong with them. But at the end of the day, Blizzard should first and foremost implement more freedom when it comes to changing the UI. So the UI should be far more robust than what it is now. And we should be able to change the UI in the game, right? Without the need for an add-on. But then basically all of the boss mods need to fucking go. If I could, I would actually give people DPS meters, but I believe that boss mods are the bane of World of Warcraft. They basically play your game for you. All you have to do is react to what the boss mod tells you when the boss mod tells you. When the boss mod gives you a timer 5 seconds before this happens. These are things that should be in the fucking... Like, you should be focused on the fight. These are things that you should notice. You should know, oh, wow, okay, the boss is doing this, I need to react. You shouldn't know 10 seconds ahead of time that this ability is coming. And then in 30 seconds, this ability is coming. Because at the end of the day, it turns World of Warcraft into a menu reader. You just read off the menu and then react to what the menu tells you. Even nowadays, interrupts are done by the add-on. The add-on tells you that you will have to interrupt in 5 seconds. So you don't have to look at what the boss is casting. You just pay attention. In 5 seconds, you're going to interrupt the next cast time. Okay, so basically, you're no longer playing the fucking game. You're not playing the game. The add-on is playing the game. You're just doing what the add-on tells you. Mr. Tane, that of course is one of my biggest reasons why I hate add-ons so much. It effectively, to me, and I've done this. I've played with people who fucking did this. They would fail mechanics because their DBM fucked up. So many wipes was because their DBM didn't tell them ahead of time, and so they didn't know. And it's like, bro, but if you looked at the fight, you would have known that you couldn't stand there. The boss was obviously costing something there. Yeah, but my DBM didn't tell me. Yeah, but your DBM shouldn't have to tell you. You have fucking eyes. Just look. Just pay attention. Oh, and Eleanor, you can do all of that in Final Fantasy without having to click the frame and then healing. They do it with macros. Their macro system allows for you to do mouse over macros. You can turn all of your healing spells into actual mouse over things. So, no, you don't need add-ons to do that. You don't even need healing add-ons in WoW. You can use the macro system to just make all of your spells mouse over. Then you don't click shit. It just, when you hit the button and you mouse over something, it's going to get healed. Time we failed because healer tank said their DBM wasn't working. Chronoless, you and me both. I'm a scrub. I couldn't do a lot of current raids without boss mod. Uber, the reason you can't do modern day raids without a boss mod is because of boss mods. You see, boss mods, because they make basic functionality so easy, right? The boss mod tells you, hey, you have to move now, or hey, you have to interrupt now. What do you do as a developer to make the fights harder? Well, you add a bunch of RNG mechanics, so mechanics that the boss mods can't actually help you with, and you make abilities so punishing that failing once is a fucking wipe. Yeah? That's how you design it. Now, what that means is players now need boss mods in order to do the fights, because the fights have become incrementally harder to actually do, but the fights have to keep getting harder because of boss mods. So it's an endless cycle. It's a death loop that you're just never going to be able to get out of. That's the problem. If you remove the boss mods, you wouldn't need all of those useless fucking mechanics that makes the fights stupidly hard for no reason other than just to be hard. But Eleanor, that's exactly the point. Cast that cursor is mouse over, right? That's the point. You can do that in Final Fantasy. Their macro system is actually incredible. So yeah, you can make all of your buttons, but then again, also if you've healed in Final Fantasy, you will also know that a lot of the heals in Final Fantasy is actually more AoE based. Like you have a ton of AoE heals. And also healing in Final Fantasy is different. It's far more DPS based, with keeping people alive as a secondary function. Most healers spend most of their time DPSing, because when your DPS is actually doing their jobs correctly, they won't be taking that much damage. Look, a lot of problems in WoW right now, I would argue, is a result of the snake eating its own tail. You constantly have these systems. For example, the boosting in World of Warcraft is a snake eating its own tail. People need to boost because they need gold, because things are so expensive. Things get more expensive because more people have gold because of boosting. People need to do their chores, so people want boosts. Because people use boosts, more chores are introduced because Blizzard makes money. The snake eats its own tail. Dungeons have boss mods. Boss mods make dungeons easier. Dungeons need to be harder to counteract boss mods. And so the snake eats its own tail, because the harder bosses get, the better add-ons get. The harder dungeons need to get to counteract the add-ons that get better. Over time, it eventually reaches a point of no return. It reaches a point where you'll actually have bosses with true AI. The only way the boss can really be hard is if it turns around and just smacks the healer, right? Just randomly, because add-ons are now basically doing everything. So yeah, I personally feel like add-ons just create a whole slew of problems that could be solved if Blizzard just removed them. Vaisal, pretty much, yeah. Briz realizes they're making an expansion plot about this problem? Shay, I don't think so. So you're saying if we don't beat Shadowlands, we will never kill the snake? I don't even think the snake can be killed at this point, because again, what World of Warcraft requires is someone like Yoshi P, right? A developer that sits down and thinks about the problems that WoW faces right now, and how can those problems be overcome. It needs someone. Yoshi P, in order to fix Final Fantasy, took 2 months, where he basically highlights what he did. He sat down in his home with a packet of cigarettes in an ashtray and tea, I believe. And he would drink tea, and he made lists of everything that's wrong with Final Fantasy 14 1.0. He went through, I don't know how many packets of cigarettes, smoked himself half to death as he was figuring out every problem that exists in Final Fantasy 14 1.0. And then he effectively came up with a blueprint to solve all of the problems that Final Fantasy 1.0 had. World of Warcraft needs that. It requires someone who's willing to sit down and address the problems of World of Warcraft. But before those problems can be addressed, they have to be highlighted. And when I say it needs someone to sit down, we can all sit here and we can talk about the problems in World of Warcraft. But more often than not, problems is the result of other things that we as players don't even know about, right? So it might be that a simple problem that we think has a simple solution is actually a much deeper problem than what we thought it was. So you need someone who has intimate knowledge of the design around World of Warcraft to actually sit down and think about the individual problems and how do you solve those problems. What would be required to solve that problem? And it all starts with an acknowledgement that we fucked up and we will do better. If Blizzard doesn't acknowledge that they fucked up and that they need to do better, it's just never going to get better. I don't, Shay, yeah, copium. Much copium. Agreed. Also, wasn't even his fuck up. He was working on a different game at the time. Equinox, true. You're right, anticipated. Accountability doesn't seem to be part of current Blizzard. The current content or the current culture within Blizzard Entertainment seems to be one of shifting blame. Whenever something happens, they just shift the blame to the player base. The most funny thing in Yoshi P's story is that decision that he took regarding ARR as the result of him liking All Days WoW and Guild Wars 2. Both those games are what he used to design ARR. Speaking about snakes eating their own tails, Galakrond. Golgoth, I mean, yes. Yoshi P makes no secret of the fact that he loves World of Warcraft. And what's funny is Final Fantasy is what WoW should have been if they made the right choices after Cataclysm. If they continued with the successes of Cataclysm, World of Warcraft wouldn't have been in the state that it is in now. But somehow when Ian took over, he decided to change the entire direction for World of Warcraft. And it turned into something that almost none of us even recognize. Do we really want a WoW 2.0 with these developers? Because WoW 2.0 would suffer from the same problems. It would just be a new game with the same problems. They first need to prove to me that they've learned from their mistakes and that they can actually bring out a good game. Then I would say, yes, let's go WoW 2.0. Let's do WoW 2 now. You guys have made enough fuck-ups with WoW 1. Let's reset this shit. Let's get a new game going. And you relegate the entirety of WoW 1 to, Legacy, right? Make the entire WoW 1 Legacy and bring out a new game. Sure. But I first want to see that you can actually make a good game. Before you even start talking about a WoW 2.0. But while we're talking about this, it's time for me to go to the gym. Ladies and gentlemen, need to go fucking work out now. Evil 2, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I might be back after the gym, by the way. Might do another stream once we get back from the gym. Might not. It all depends on how I feel afterwards. If I'm not too tired, we'll definitely be doing another stream afterwards. If not, I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place as always. Hopefully, my streaming shit is sorted out so we don't get this weird crashing every few seconds and crap like that. So that is the hope right now, at least. I really appreciate each and every one of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your afternoon, your morning, or your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. I will see, hopefully, most of you after the gym. If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Anticipated also, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Peace out, fam.